Yeah. A new wonderful day together. So, good morning, everyone. How are you? How is going? Great. For those who were not here yesterday, my name is Carola Salvato, and I have the honor of being part of this beautiful forum as a moderator, but above all, as a woman who deeply believes in the power of dialogue and alliance. So it's so beautiful to see you again, and welcome to this second and final day of the Women Economic Forum of Mediterranean. Yesterday, we shared a story, visions, and commitment that remind us how powerful it is when women from different cultures, discipline, and generations speak with one united voice. Today, as you know very well, it's a new incredible journey. So many new voices, stories, and emotions crossing the sea between cultures, experiences, and generations. Yes, today we continue that journey with the same energy, the same heart, and even more clarity. Networking is also a mission. Because this is what the Women Economic Forum truly is. A space where dialogue becomes alliance, where courage meets care, where women and men who share this vision imagine together a more balanced, conscious, and compassionate world. So let's live this second day with open minds, generous heart, and the joy of being part of something bigger than ourselves. As we move through today's session, let us keep in mind that transformation starts from connection, from the willingness to listen, to collaborate, and to act together. Thank you all speakers, all president, and the organization team for the extraordinary energy you bring. And of course, thank you to our presidents, Marinela Citelli Francesi, to be so outstanding. And now let's begin. You made this space alive, meaningful, and full of grace. As remembered by Arbin Harari Rai, let's make this day a space of inspiration, of sisterhood, and a concrete hope. Welcome again. So it's important to remember also that we have a live translation. You can download the app. Just look at the door so you can follow and facilitate all the speakers to use the language they prefer. So now it's time to open the first panel. So thank you so much, because it's an amazing moment all together. I really want to invite here Professor Carla Basso, full professor of Comparative Public Law, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Sassari. Welcome, Professor. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Carla, and thank you, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here in an amazing city, Palermo, welcomed us, and I'm very, very much grateful to Marinella Citelli Francese and first, Maria Luisa Migliardi, all the beautiful people who inspire and give a soul to such an excellent, extraordinary meeting. So I'm really extremely grateful again of being here speaking about a topic which is extremely challenging and deeply concerns all of us in our daily life. This panel is about algorithms and truth, media, social platform, and influencers in the disinformation era. Today, actually, we confront ourselves with one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the intersection between technology, information dissemination, and the truth, which is such a big word, which is at risk now, also because of technological pervasivity. Now I'd like to ask our excellent speaker to join me here, please. Daniela Carosio, who is Vice President of BV Tech. Thank you very much for being here. And then Alessandra Perrazzelli, who is a visiting professor of the Polytechnic University of Milan, and she's also board director of TIM Telecom Italia. Thank you very much. While I think we are connected I think, with Antonio Nicita, who is senator of the Italian Republic, and he's also full professor of economic policy at the LUMSA University. I don't know if he's connected already, but we can start. Anyhow, we have an hour for this first panel. So, as I was saying, we navigate in an era which is defined by rapid technological advancements, algorithm. They do play a pivotal role in shaping our media landscape. Algorithms govern what information reaches us materially, and they do often determine also our perception of reality. Then, social media platforms has also become primary sources of news for maybe all of us, anyway, for millions of people, and yet they also serve as breeding grounds for disinformation, as I think we all know. In this context, another pivotal role is played by social influencers. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me well? Excellent. Digital influencers, they do actually possess a significant power, and they do shape public opinion, navigating the complex terrain of truth and falsehood. So I would like to switch to Italian to give the floor to Daniela Carosio, che, come dicevo, è psicologa della comunicazione, vicepresidente di BVTech, che è uno dei principali gruppi europei attivi nella cyber security, intelligenza artificiale e IT. Allora, Daniela, viviamo in un'epoca in cui oltre 5 miliardi di persone hanno ricevuto informazioni in tempo reale attraverso piattaforme che sono in qualche modo governate da algoritmi. Ma distinguere il vero dal falso, si tratta di massimi sistemi, termini molto importanti ma che sono fondamentali e ci riguardano. Ecco, sembra sempre più difficile distinguere che cosa è vero da che cosa è falso. In che modo questi sistemi, gli algoritmi e gli automatismi della tecnologia influenzano la comunicazione e la formazione dell'opinione pubblica?
Thank you. Good question. My English is not so well, so I'm sorry. It's prefer to speak in Italian because it's easy for me to present this idea. So, così continuo in italiano, è più semplice. Allora, sì, la dottoressa Basso ha detto una cosa molto vera. Una notizia oggi...
Più vicino, Daniela, sì.
Ok? Una notizia oggi può attraversare il mondo intero in meno di un secondo. Questo è una... Sentite bene? No? Funziona? Vogliamo cambiare il microfono? Proprio attaccata alla bocca? Cioè si sposta un attimo, si colpisce. Allora, in effetti oggi siamo bombardati da informazioni, tutti noi siamo come dire, soggetti a questo tipo di fenomeno. L'informazione viaggia velocissima in tutto il mondo e il modo con cui ci informiamo è completamente diverso. Prima leggevamo i giornali, sentivamo la radio, vedevamo la televisione. Non è che non si veda più la televisione, non si leggono i giornali, per fortuna ancora qualcuno li legge, ma il problema più importante è che oggi l'informazione passa soprattutto attraverso i nostri telefonini. Tutti noi siamo incollati ai nostri feed, continuiamo a leggere notizie, a leggere messaggi, a leggere informazioni. È diventato, come dire, impossibile non farlo, cioè chi non lo fa è fuori dal mondo dell'informazione, quindi di fatto è il modo con cui tutti noi ci informiamo, abbiamo le informazioni che ci servono anche per il nostro lavoro, oltre che per la nostra vita sociale. Quindi i media tradizionali hanno una difficoltà perché competono con la velocità dei new media, non per accuratezza, perché la comunicazione social è sicuramente meno accurata e le fonti sono meno spesso attendibili, quindi il problema esiste, però i media hanno un problema di velocità. non riescono assolutamente ad avere la stessa velocità ovviamente del messaggio che arriva in un secondo in tutto il mondo. In tutto il mondo può percepire una nuova cosa positiva o negativa. Quindi di fatto poi ognuno di noi può diventare ed è un broadcaster, cioè può in qualche modo mandare la sua informazione rapidissimamente senza nessun tipo di controllo su quello che invia. E quindi cresce moltissimo il rischio di perdita di fiducia nelle fonti che producono l'informazione. Non si ha più certezza di chi ha inviato quel tipo di informazione. Prima mi ricordo che l'ANSA, che era, come dire, una delle, no, delle agenzie che in Italia perlomeno era la più ascoltata, diceva se è detto dall'ANSA è controllato. Ecco, oggi non abbiamo più la possibilità di dire se è detto perché c'è qualcuno che lo ha detto, e qui si lega anche poi al tema che vediamo subito dopo degli influencer, cioè chi dice queste cose. Quindi il paradosso è che abbiamo una quantità enorme di dati che ci arriva, e questa quantità enorme di dati che ci arriva di fatto, come andiamo poi a vedere insieme, produce la disinformazione. Cioè non abbiamo più la possibilità di capire quali fonti sono attendibili e quali non lo sono. E quindi ci arrivano queste cose e in qualche modo noi ne siamo spesso passivi, cioè non riusciamo a governare come vorremmo l'informazione che ci arriva. Qual è l'altro tema? Che l'informazione via social, quella che crea maggiore attenzione, è quella che tocca la parte emotiva di ciascuno di noi. Quindi tutta la comunicazione che riguarda le emozioni, la rabbia, la passione, l'attacco, è ascoltata, mentre quella che riguarda l'informazione, che è pure semplice, se poi viene considerata noiosa e quindi non viene seguita. E questo crea un problema non secondario, perché ovviamente in questo modo si tende a enfatizzare l'aspetto diciamo, emotivo della comunicazione che arriva, perché sicuramente produce più engagement. Questo è un problema enorme, perché si creano delle informazioni che possono essere delle bombe. Secondo l'UNESCO oggi il tema della disinformazione online è un problema che attacca la democrazia e la coesione sociale, perché può provocare in un secondo un messaggio con i contenuti tali che può creare, come dire, una grande attenzione su tematiche che, se poi non hanno quel tipo di drammaticità o non hanno quel tipo di coinvolgimento che vengono date. Io come vicepresidente di un gruppo che si occupa proprio di questo, ovviamente ne sono attenta e preoccupata, non da un punto di vista tecnologico, perché questo non è un problema tecnologico, e poi io non ho una preparazione tecnologica ma assolutamente umanistica, ma invece da un punto di vista, diciamo, umano e psicologico. A questo si aggiunge il fatto degli algoritmi. La nostra tavola rotonda si chiama Algoritmi e Verità, e vediamo qualcosa in più degli algoritmi. Queste cose che hanno un potere invisibile enorme, e ancora più pericoloso perché è invisibile. Cioè gli algoritmi di fatto sono programmati per scegliere e riproporci le cose che a noi piacciono, e quindi tendono, come dire, a crearci maggiore interesse e engagement, proprio perché vanno a riprodurre quello che in qualche modo noi abbiamo cercato. E quindi tutti voi avrete avuto la sperimentazione di sapere che se andate a cercare una cosa, il giorno dopo vi arriveranno 500 notizie che parlano esattamente di quella cosa. E questo è, come dire, il potere invisibile degli algoritmi, che apprendono dai nostri dati, sono molto veloci, velocissimi, apprendono dai nostri dati e ripropongono le cose che pensano che in qualche modo a noi interessano. Voi capite questo quanto è pericoloso, nel senso che tende, come dire, a lasciare la scelta delle cose sulle quali noi ci informiamo agli algoritmi invece che a una scelta personale. Quindi si arriva al punto in cui gli algoritmi sono fondamentali, e chi li programma, chi li produce, chi li definisce è importante, la fonte, diciamo, è importantissima, perché produce informazione o non informazione, o addirittura informazione volutamente errata. Quindi la cosa che dicevo è che non premiano la verità ma l'emozione. Quindi quelli che di fatto si leggono di più e si vedono di più sono quelli che hanno dentro di loro un contenuto di emozione. Le conseguenze sono due, che sono quelle che sono più, diciamo, vistose. Creare dei filter bubble, cioè delle bolle di informazione, quindi siamo sommersi da un'informazione che è vicina a quella che noi abbiamo visto o guardato, e ci si tende a riproporre sempre quella, quindi non c'è un punto di vista diverso, che si collega al fenomeno dell'echo chambers, cioè a camera di risonanza di un fenomeno, di una cosa per cui ci viene riproposta, e non ci viene se poi proposto un'alternativa a questa cosa che noi abbiamo guardato. Quindi è come se l'algoritmo ci rispondesse che tutto il mondo la pensa come noi, perché questo ci fa piacere, e non ci facesse mai vedere dei punti di vista diversi, quindi enfatizza anche dei pregiudizi, quindi è pericolosissimo. Ora, così si può pensare che l'algoritmo sia cattivo. In realtà non è così, cioè l'algoritmo, la tecnologia è assolutamente neutrale, e ovviamente chi la programma, chi la definisce, che ha se poi degli interessi specifici a programmarla in un certo modo piuttosto che in un altro. Quindi il tema è sempre quello, è un tema non di tecnologia ma di potere. Poi a questo si aggiunge il tema degli influencer. Gli influencer sono un'altra grande trovata per fare in modo che i messaggi siano ascoltati e recepiti con grande attenzione. Perché? Perché gli influencer tendono a creare delle comunità che credono in loro, quindi che tendono a credere in quello che loro dicono, a crederci in maniera incondizionata, e quindi si creano questi meccanismi di riconoscimento per cui quell'influencer riesce a far passare delle informazioni di qualunque tipo, perché in qualche modo si è creato dei, tra virgolette, fedeli. Pensate alla rapidità con il quale un'opinione possa essere accettata, e certe volte vengono creati appositamente dei fenomeni in cui cresce un certo tipo di know-how, in modo tale che poi quando quell'influencer dice qualcosa ovviamente è assolutamente credibile. Queste cose sono molto negative in tutti i settori, anche per esempio nel settore dell'informazione sanitaria, per fare un esempio di una cosa sociale importante, perché se si dirama un'informazione errata su un tema sociale, ovviamente può diventare estremamente rischioso poi gestirlo, no? Quindi questo è un altro tema di grande importanza. Poi abbiamo il tema delle piattaforme. Le piattaforme, quindi trattiamo un po' tutti i temi di cui accennava la dottoressa Basso, chiedeva la dottoressa Basso. Le piattaforme sono un altro sistema. Io cerco di dirvi queste cose in maniera assolutamente non tecnica, perché tanto non la direi in maniera adeguata, e soprattutto non credo che interesserebbe questo pubblico. Però le piattaforme sono un elemento estremamente importante per poter capire l'intero fenomeno, perché le piattaforme, anche queste, rispondono a una regola, che è quella dell'engagement: creare engagement, creare interesse. Non importa che quella cosa sia vera, l'importante è che crei interesse. Voi capite in questo modo quanto è pericoloso il meccanismo di creazione di disinformazione, perché si può alimentare moltissimo un fenomeno di condivisione di informazioni che sono errate, ma creano grande attenzione, e quindi vengono ritwittate, rimesse in circolo molto rapidamente. Bisogna fare attenzione a questo. Per esempio, alcune piattaforme sono più etiche di altre. Adesso non vogliamo dare giudizi, ma per esempio Google tende a fare in modo che le informazioni siano di qualità e siano sempre controllate, indipendentemente da quanto engagement producano. È ovvio che devono produrlo, però sono più attenti. Mentre per esempio Facebook o altri X, eccetera, sono attenti semplicemente all'attenzione, all'emotività che riescono a produrre, quindi non ha nessuna importanza quale tipologia, diciamo, di messaggio viene mandata. Avrete tutte letto che adesso c'è stata questa lotta di possesso di TikTok, che dalla Cina è passata in buona parte all'America, perché si è visto che anche queste piattaforme che mandano messaggi divertenti e leggeri, in realtà hanno un grande potere di influenzare invece le opinioni politiche e sociali delle persone, e quindi sono importantissime, perché sono oggi diventate uno strumento di informazione di massa estremamente potente. Quindi il tema è chi controlla le piattaforme, e quindi da questo punto di vista chi può in qualche modo gestire questo potere dell'informazione. Come dicevo, e qui poi lascio la parola, il sistema è neutro, però gli interessi che ci sono dietro sono enormi, e quindi è ovvio che il tema del massivizzare l'attenzione riguarda la possibilità di quella piattaforma piuttosto che di un'altra di creare maggiore engagement. Più si genera engagement, più il business cresce, indipendentemente dalla qualità dell'informazione. Questo è l'attuale problema, l'attuale criticità. Di fatto poi a questo si aggiunge che oggi con l'intelligenza artificiale generativa i meccanismi di apprendimento degli algoritmi sono moltiplicati in maniera esponenziale, quindi queste cose si autoproducono, come posso dire, senza che noi ovviamente ne abbiamo percezione. E il tema è che si è creato questo nuovo spazio pubblico. Prima ci si informava nei seminari, nelle piazze, c'è un mio professore che dice sempre nei mercati, quante informazioni tu hai nei mercati. Oggi purtroppo invece moltissima dell'informazione passa attraverso le piattaforme, tantissima, e quindi ovviamente questo crea un tema importante. Io dico, bisogna fare in modo che non diventi una distrazione di massa, un'arma di distrazione di massa, che diventi un tema invece importante. Come ha detto una esperta di Stanford di informazione, oggi quello che è virale è vero. Noi oggi abbiamo questa bella occasione prodotta da questa tavola rotonda che Marilena ha voluto creare qui all'interno del WEF di dimostrare che questo non è vero. Lo vedremo durante questa tavola rotonda.
Grazie. Grazie Daniela. Thank you for that. So you pointed out extremely interesting aspects. You say the system is neutral, that's true, but it is also true that algorithms reproduce biases. They do create echo chambers, reflecting and reinforcing what we already believe. So it is something to reflect about. Now I would like to give the floor to Alessandra Perrazzelli, asking her, how is technology changing our relationship as users with transactions, information, and social interactions?
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you, Marilena, for having me here. And I'm just so pleased to be speaking at this conference. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay. Now, Daniela set the scene for what we can really call a huge revolution in the way we as users, consumers, as people, we interact with a number of activities, very simple ones like, having access to information, to more complex ones like having access to our finance, to the way in which we pay, to the way in which we also relate to financial institutions or to any other form of acquisitions, e-commerce, so on and so forth. It has changed so dramatically that today, if we talk to young people, very young children, so the ones that right now are about 8 or 10, they don't know if that money is actually physical, all right? They, my children, they're now in the late 20s. They all thought that money came out of a hole in the wall, all right?
Sure.
The kids today think that money is what is transmitted through this, okay? So that gives you the sense of the impact of technology over the way in which we carry out our lives. Now, when algorithms started to have such a role in the relationship between people and money, people and transactions, people and acquisitions, I was working at the Italian Central Bank and I was dealing with these issues. And we started to look at the way in which some of the algorithms that were starting to be used by Italian banks and European banks were producing, especially in the way in which risks scoring, credit risks was measured, a number of biases that were extremely alarming for a regulator, supervisor, okay? So we started to create some sort of like a register of algorithms and study these algorithms to understand, for instance, that people that lived outside the center of town, people that lived in specifically postal codes were, less likely to be able to access credit in the financial institutions of our country. So that was a huge alarm, okay? That told us hold on a second, here there is an issue of discrimination, there is an issue of who's coding, who is building this algorithm. And then there's been a lot of scientific studies over this, and then we discovered that a lot is done by young people, mostly men, mostly, white, rich, highly educated, men that do not have an idea also of how these systems can create, a problem of inclusion and problem of discrimination. So that was the very beginning. We're talking about 7 years ago, 7, 8 years ago. And then, we started to follow sort of like how technology was going to impact. And then we had the pandemic, as you all remember, where we had a surge in the use of technology in order to relate to life. We were buying things, online. We were corresponding online. We were seeing each other online all the time. So that has increased also the number of technological providers that today are the real boss of the situation, all right? Because banks, institutions, universities, companies, they all found themselves in a huge push in order to, create better interactions among themselves through the improvement of their technological platforms. A lot of the banks, for instance, had very, very old systems, and they had to hurry up in order to, create systems that were like more state-of-the-art. And the same is for, companies, for all sorts of industries. So that was a very specific moment for the world where we saw the surge of more power brought in the hands of technological providers, investment, research, and also, the surge of what Daniela was describing to us, okay, this interaction that is now normal for young people, but it's also for us boomers. We spend a lot of time over the damn phone, and we are not, taking care of our relationships, in a more profound and human and for me nicer way. So what we've seen is really as being like an enormous revolution, and today, as you probably read on the papers, we are dematerializing a lot of the for instance money. Okay, we all pay through means that for now they are on a plastic card, but very soon there won't be even that anymore. We will use our phones, because what are we going to do is to have our phones connected directly to our bank account. That's going to be the digital euro, but it's going to be also other systems. And it's going to be the new form of money, which is the stable coins, which are, private money that is issued by, banks and other financial institutions, which is regulated in Europe. So it's nothing to worry too much about it. Okay, we will have to worry for what comes from the States, because the deregulation there of all these new instruments is very, very strong. Now, where are we? Okay, in terms of our experience as users and experience as people, we are in Europe in some sort of a protected, environment. This is something that, these days we don't, when Europe, we see how Europe is kind of losing momentum on a number of different goals. There's one good thing that we have to say. As people, we are protected. Our rights are protected. Our data are not commodities, okay? They cannot be traded in a way which is, outside the supervision of the authorities. This is a very important thing. I don't think that we realize how important that is, all right? So that's us. At the same time, we are, and I think we will talk about this later, we are, not, we haven't been very capable of developing technology ourselves as a continent, all right? We are behind on a number of things. And this is a very huge issue as we now look at the United States and we ask ourselves, is still like a friendly country to us, all right? all the major, providers of technology right now in the world come from that region of the world if we do not look at China, all right? China has had a very closed system whereby it has served mainly its own, territory, its own region, and is also very influential on some other, parts of that, part of the world. So we are really at a very important time for the life of our continent, where when we talk about the ability to really be seen and still play a role in the global arena, there is an issue of sovereignty, which is not just only political, but it's digital. All right, so that is where we are at right now. Just one thing that I wanted to say about inclusion, and in particular women in technology. One thing that we have noticed when I was in Banca d'Italia and now at the Polytechnic in Milan, we're working a lot on these issues, is that technology is a friend for women, all right? In terms that particularly considering that women in finance, is always, it has been like something that has grown over time. Because thank God our daughters, they all have jobs, all right? Whether they're well paid or not in Italy, that's another story. Let me not get into that, because my kids they have to leave my country and they're abroad, and I miss them so much, both of them. The point though is that the ability to have a card, okay, gives women an access to finance, which we haven't seen before. Okay, because when women didn't work and they did not have their own finance, they had to ask for money, right? Sure. Right. So what they have now is a card, okay? Most of the times they're like bank accounts that are joint bank accounts, but more and more as women become, labor force, so they have their own jobs, they have their own account, they have their own system of payments, and they go around about in life with an ability to pay, an ability to enter into transactions on their own. Okay, this is fantastic, because that gives women, which are particularly in my country, they're not given, men as well, but women in particular, they're not given a financial education. Now we have it, by law, let's see how the minister's going to implement that. Financial education is not part of the curriculum of this country for kids, all right? So, and women get to understand finance later on in life. But, technology can be a friend. So that is something that is a positive note that I would like to finish my intervention now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alessandra. This was so true, actually, and so interesting. This very last point that you focus on, the fact that independence passes through money. That's maybe not nice to say, but that's the truth. It is nice to say, right? right, it is. And right. And nothing wrong with money and financial education. Exactly. Something we should focus more and more, also in a women-focused view of interpreting also emancipation, women emancipation, and it is something very much needed in Italy. Well, so far we focused on the impact of technology and algorithm in our private life, while there are also other fields where actually algorithm and technology does have a very, very strong impact. It is public life, even democracy. Democracy is changing. Somehow it is, we can experience some sort of retrogression of democracy, even very, very close to us. And in such a phenomenon, technology, the use, or better, the misuse and abuse of technology and algorithm does have a very strong influence. So now I'm very pleased to pass the floor to Senator Antonio Nicita, who's there. He is a senator of the Italian Republic, but he also is a full professor of economic policy, and he has worked for years at the Italian Authority for Communications, and he is also from Sicily. So that's something more. So welcome, Antonio. What I would like to ask you first is, what are the potential impacts of algorithm and also AI on public opinion formation?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, and thank you for having me with you in this very important conference. So the issue you raise is very simple on the one side, but complex on the other, as the main point is what we can define as public in terms of public opinion in the digital era, and in a world, as you said before, that is completely shaped by algorithmic selection and asymmetric way to meet and to match information on the digital ecosystem. So we normally think that public, at least when we talk about public opinion, is something that typically in history, in our mind, is just recalling the idea of a sort of agora, of a public space in which almost everyone can have access, can enter, meet some other people, exchange views. But there is a hidden point of this public story that is not just referred to the idea that everyone could have access to this public place, in which then a public opinion comes after matching of opinion and information. But there is an essential point on this idea of public, which is everything that everyone could see at the same time. So it's something that is also public in terms of the idea that what's going on is something that has witnesses that could be, actually viewed, even if from different points of view, from different perspective, but is actually there, is something that is creating a public momentum in which everyone could, to some extent, be present. Now, what is not there anymore is precisely this idea of public sharing of the same story, of the same facts, of the same debate, because the algorithmic selection is actually fragmenting the world of information, selecting a world of ideas and priorities and news and prominence of news, or even inventing news and just providing emotions, according to precisely what each single actor in the digital world is expecting, is creating by his preferences or her preferences, and is actually trying to meet in the digital sphere. So the very point is that this notion of public is just fragmenting, it's just declining. What is public for us is just the illusion that what we see or what we search is something that everyone else is searching and is sharing, while that kind of information is just fragmented, shaped for our preferences. Now, how this may affect the public opinion, the public debate, and even democracy. You know that some elections, recent elections, we have a huge literature coming from different disciplines showing that the way in which we have organized some propaganda in terms of election times has actually created a world of information and political messages just tailored for specific audiences. So this means that what I receive as information is not the same information that someone else is receiving, providing a sort of picture of my single world, my vision of the world, my window on the world that is different from every other people. And this means that also the public debate could not be precisely tailored at the same time on the same point. So there is not actual debate. And we have seen, for instance, the Cambridge Analytica scandal was precisely based on the idea that some propaganda messages was just differently tailored by the same political party or the same political candidate to different parties in society. So the point is that people can vote for the same persons or for the same political party for totally different reasons because they received different messages and different solicitations. So this creates a chaos of information, but also a chaos of political will. And this is a threat for democracy because it's not even clear what we are discussing in terms of public opinion. What are what is the ranking of political options? On the other side, one thing that is just diminishing the quality of our policies design is the idea that since we are in a world of post-truth, in a world of emotions, in a world in which facts are not so relevant for the debate, evidence-based policies lose their significance, lose their strength. So we not only do not have evidence for proposing policies, I mean, this is not meant to be relevant to many decision makers and to many citizens, but also we are not introducing evaluation of the policies that we have introduced in the past based on the evidence. So this is just decreasing also the quality through which we design policies and we make assessment on the policy impact. And this is another way in which democracy is affected in terms of the ability of citizens to control what government is doing and what are the effects of the implementation of different policies. And of course, this also affected the public debate and democracy. But finally, there is another point, maybe we can touch upon it later, and that polarization is the typical effect of this algorithmic selection in the digital debate, because polarized news, polarized contents are much more attractive for dissemination in the web. So in a sense, bad news have the characteristic of being diffused much more than good news or news based on the analysis of facts. These are an effect of polarizing the public debate, going to extremes in the public debate. And again, this may affect the democracy as hate speech is introduced, or hate in politics is introduced as a way to polarize, to create enemies on the other side, and then to decrease the value of a shared idea of democracy. While this is clear, and I'm going to conclude, while this is clear for algorithmic selection typically in social media, it's not very clear what will be the word of artificial intelligence. Because if it's true that on the one side we are aware of the fact that when we are in a world of algorithmic selection on social, I mean on browser, on social media, we are focused much more on the idea of information diffusion. While when we move in a world of artificial intelligence, particularly to large language models, we are dealing much more, not only, I mean, with information, of course, but we are shifting our focus from information to knowledge, which means the way in which information is organized, content is organized, ideas are associated together. And in a sense, the production of the content seems to be complete, seems to complete a knowledge solicitation. So the point is how this will affect our ability to critically think. since we will have a package of knowledge which seems so complete, so convincing to some extent, so conformistic to what we expect from artificial intelligence. So this opens new issues. Because on the one side, as you mentioned, we have certainly really benefits from these technological shifts, but on the other side, we don't know how this is shaping at the end our political mind, which means not only our private mind, but also the way in which all these private minds together interact for a public outcome. So I think this is a new issue. It's very important. This is the idea why we should be very careful in understanding how artificial intelligence models are evolving actually. What is the access they have to knowledge, how cognitive biases in past knowledge is reproduced in terms of artificial intelligence. And I believe that one important instrument for us is really education. We should introduce AI models in the school. We should, to some extent, educate people, not only, younger people, but almost everyone, to use critically artificial intelligence models to understand where is the mistake, where is the bias, and this means we have to develop a competition also in the provision of AI models. Because competition will help us to control instantaneously the same outcome coming from different artificial intelligence models, so as to understand how a same issue, a same content could be shaped in different ways according to different intelligence. And there we can add our personal contribution. And this is something we should do in the school. So what I think, and I conclude, is that when we are dealing with this model within the school, I always see my children, because my sons, because you mentioned also about families and so on, and daughters, that normally in the school what I hear is that teachers say, do not use these kind of large language models to provide a research or to something. While my position would be the opposite. Use different models, compare the results, and make your own conclusions on the way in which this knowledge has been organized. So these are just small stuff that try to focus on the main point, that is, we should develop a critical mind, since we have algorithmic selection and artificial intelligence models that are doing a part of our job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. So again, education is a key word also in what Senator Nicita Antonio was saying. And above all, I would like to underline this very last part of your speech, the fact that we cannot deny what is already happening. We are living this life. What we should do is to rule and to interpret such tools, which are very important and precious tools in our life, and make them not be dangerous but being useful in our lives. So I think this is something should be perpetrated by the public decision first of all, while sometimes it happens that school or public institutions seem like not seeing what's happening already, while ubi societas ibi ius bene justic. So anyhow, we're running out of time. What I would like to do is to make the same question to all of you and ask you for a very quick, as much as you can, answer, so that we can try to deline some kind of conclusions. But I know already that no conclusion is possible today, because not a conclusion, but a suggestion for next time we'll see each other and talk each other about this topic. So I switch to Italian again. for Daniela. It's okay, it's okay. Daniela, ti vorrei chiedere quali azioni strategiche, quali strumenti concreti, alla luce di tutto quanto ci siamo dette e detti oggi, ritieni in qualche modo prioritari per contrastare la minaccia della disinformazione soprattutto e proteggere in qualche modo la società e in particolare le donne, visto che di donne qui soprattutto parliamo, appunto dagli effetti della disinformazione amplificata dall'intelligenza artificiale,
Con
dalle
piacere.
tecnologie. Ti chiedo appunto stringatezza così parliamo tutti e finiamo.
Perfetto. Allora, intanto vorrei dire una cosa. La prima cosa facciamo? Il tema è questo, cioè cosa possiamo fare? È ovvio che qui non abbiamo una soluzione unica ed è ovvio che qui dobbiamo cercare di mettere insieme delle idee per fare qualcosa che ci convinca. Allora, intanto alcuni passaggi che servono semplicemente per accordarsi su una linea d'azione. Intanto la cyber security, no? Mi fanno segno che devo avvicinarmi ancora di più. Questo però è più cattivo degli altri, perché questo devo proprio stare appiccicata. Io ho controllato gli altri, sono più lontani. Forse gli piace di più l'inglese.
Razzista.
Allora, la cyber security di fatto protegge, no, le aziende da tante cose, tra cui furti, il phishing dei dati, che sono quello che poi permette di chiedere soldi, avere un guadagno, oppure avere un guadagno in termini di dati che si possono ottenere. Ecco, la prima cosa che io propongo oggi è di pensare a una cyber security cognitiva, cioè qualcosa che ci permetta di avere un controllo da un punto di vista cognitivo delle informazioni che circolano online, cioè avere qualcosa che ci permette di proteggere le nostre informazioni. Noi abbiamo fatto, mi sembra che questa tavola rotonda sia veramente molto ben orchestrata, perché riflette su queste tematiche punti di vista diversi e complementari, di estrazione diversa, e quindi io concordo con tutto quello che si è detto precedentemente, provo a ridirlo da un punto di vista invece di quello che è l'esperienza del mondo della tecnologia visto da una psicologa, che quindi non è tecnologia pura, ovviamente. Allora, che cosa dobbiamo fare oggi? Cosa si può fare intanto per cercare di contrastare, no, il potere degli algoritmi? La prima cosa è fare in modo che la qualità dell'informazione sia misurata, sia controllata. Questa è una cosa che ovviamente si può fare non personalmente, ma si può richiedere, e fare attenzione che questo possa avvenire specialmente nella nostra Europa, come si diceva, richiedere delle audit indipendenti che controllino le informazioni, inserire l'etica by design della costruzione degli algoritmi, cioè fare in modo che ci siano che sia rispettata un'etica del come vengono costruiti. E questo, per esempio, come dicevo, alcune realtà, alcune piattaforme già lo fanno, tipo appunto Google, quindi bisogna spingere perché ci sia maggiore attenzione in questo senso. Mettere in sicurezza i sistemi utilizzando dei tool di rilevamento delle fake news, che non sono delle cose difficili da fare e che possono permettere intanto di avere un minimo di tutela. Non è che si possa controllare tutto, però un minimo di tutela, e delle piattaforme di fact checking che permettono anche queste di controllare queste cose. Però la cosa importante da ricordare è che non è una battaglia tecnica, è una battaglia di tipo sociale, politico, di potere, quindi bisogna avere le alleanze giuste e sapere anche quale tipo di leve muovere, quale tipo di dibattiti aprire, in quali settori aprirlo. E quindi usciamo dall'idea che sia un problema solo tecnologico. La tecnologia, come dicevo, è uno strumento e siamo noi uomini che poi la gestiamo. Sono d'accordissimo sul tema dell'alfabetizzazione digitale, che è quello che serve per poter gestire in maniera adeguata questi strumenti e per poter fare in modo che non diventino gli strumenti a gestire noi. Quindi questa è la prima cosa. L'alfabetizzazione può cominciare da subito, dalle scuole, in modo che anche i ragazzi, è inutile dire appunto che i telefonini devono star fuori, ma è invece importante usarli in maniera adeguata, cioè, quindi imparare a difendersi dalla sovraesposizione delle informazioni che avviene tramite il telefonino. Ci sono alcuni, cioè il Digital Service Act è un inizio, ma sicuramente non è abbastanza per poter difendersi da un punto di vista anche legale. dobbiamo sempre più richiedere dei framework di audit, di accountability che siano controllabili, trasparenti. Questo lo si può fare in maniera ovviamente formale. Noi siamo un'organizzazione che ha una sua riconoscibilità a livello europeo e internazionale, quindi possiamo anche chiedere delle regole che possiamo in qualche modo, come dire, segnalare come importanti per proseguire uno sviluppo tecnologico sano. Però la cosa più importante sono le donne, e quindi mi fa molto piacere che Marilena abbia deciso di inserire questo tema proprio oggi, proprio all'interno del Women Economic Forum. Perché? Perché le donne hanno intanto un costo reale percepito sulla loro pelle del quanto possono fare male le disinformazioni online. Tutti voi avete letto dei fenomeni diciamo, di deepfake, di revenge porn che sono stati creati per creare danno a delle donne che avevano dei successi o che erano famose per qualche motivo. Questa tipologia di attacco è una cosa gravissima ed è una cosa anche molto grave da un punto di vista non solo sociale ma anche, come dire, dello sviluppo, nel senso che qualunque donna si può sentire in difficoltà perché può essere attaccata proprio perché ha quel ruolo importante, e quindi, come dire, molte donne fanno se poi un passo indietro perché hanno timore che possano essere attaccate dal punto di vista social su qualche cosa, e questo è gravissimo perché crea un dramma sociale, un costo enorme, perché significa fare un passo indietro alle donne che potrebbero invece in qualche modo, come dire, essere maggiormente attive nella vita pubblica. Quindi è una battaglia di narrazione che dobbiamo in qualche modo vincere, ed è più forte di un attacco hacker a una infrastruttura critica, perché distrugge la reputazione di una donna, e quindi come tale è di una donna, ma per un effetto alone che purtroppo funziona, perché appunto tocca l'emotività, può distruggere l'opinione in genere. Una donna in quel posto non ci doveva stare. Questo è gravissimo, perché crea effettivamente un effetto enorme, no? di alone su questa cosa. Quindi più donne dove? Nella tecnologia dove? Non solo nelle facoltà STEM, ma ormai ci siamo arrivati nelle facoltà STEM, più donne nella progettazione degli algoritmi. Noi non ne abbiamo, non riusciamo a trovare donne per la cyber security, non si trovano, non si preparano donne su questo, perché se lo sentono come un terreno troppo lontano da loro, e quindi invece più donne nella progettazione, più donne nella definizione dei codici dell'intelligenza artificiale, fondamentali, perché sono loro che permettono di distinguere i bias cognitivi prima che vengano implementati, se no avremo delle intelligenze artificiali che la penseranno tutte in modo maschile, e quindi dobbiamo intervenire prima che questo avvenga. Quindi che cosa vi propongo qua? Un'alleanza strategica. Chiediamo aiuto al WEF, chiediamo aiuto a Marilena, a tutte quelle che lo guidano, per fare un'alleanza strategica che abbia anche degli strumenti per potersi muovere. Dobbiamo dire che la disinformazione è una vulnerabilità di sistema troppo importante per non occuparsene. La difesa qual è? La difesa è l'essere umano intelligente, l'intelligenza umana, la nostra capacità come donne di ragionare, di pensare con la nostra testa, di proporre delle idee che siano credibili, di portarle avanti con determinazione e con forza. Se noi riusciamo ad essere unite, la nostra voce unita sarà molto forte. Se noi siamo divise, come nei social, la divisione crea delle polarizzazioni, delle divisioni che si amplificheranno e non porteranno a nessun risultato. Quindi il primo tema è trovare dei messaggi anche semplici ma importanti, che permettano di unire, di portare una voce fuori dal coro, in modo tale che ci permetta di raggiungere dei risultati che siano concreti. Le donne sono capofamiglia, sono nelle organizzazioni, sono nelle aziende, possono dovunque loro sono portare un messaggio importante in questo senso, quindi non essere passive sul tema della tecnologia al servizio delle persone piuttosto che al servizio degli interessi di chi gestisce le piattaforme. È ovvio che non si può interrompere questa crescita, no? Bisogna guidarla, non interrompere, anzi facilitarle una crescita, ma che sia nel senso che noi vogliamo. Quindi possiamo guidare questo sforzo di addestramento collettivo. Bisogna fare in modo che la capacità di usare gli strumenti della tecnologia, anche l'intelligenza artificiale, siano come saper usare un computer, anzi ancora di più, come saper usare un telefonino. Chi è che oggi non sa usare un telefonino? Tutte le donne lo sanno usare, e quindi a maggior ragione possono crescere anche dal punto di vista di come usare la tecnologia e come usare tutti i sistemi che passano le informazioni e trasmettono le informazioni. La nostra missione quindi potrebbe diventare che le tecnologie che noi costruiamo, che noi partecipiamo a costruire, siano un'arma per costruire la verità e non per costruire menzogna, e quindi che siano un'arma di alleanza per noi, non una cosa, come diceva la dottoressa prima, una cosa contro. Nella tecnologia, nell'intelligenza artificiale, in queste cose le donne, come dire, hanno fatto la loro parte già dall'inizio, e quindi hanno più possibilità di avere spazio e di essere credibili. Ogni donna in questa sala può diventare testimone e portare un messaggio di questo tipo. L'importante è, come dire, avere chiaro che tipo di messaggio portare e dove portarlo, però ogni donna può farlo, quindi cominciamo da oggi, e grazie di questa opportunità.
Thank you. Grazie. Thank you very much, Daniela. So I'd say more women everywhere, because numbers sometimes do count. So more women, more education, and more democracy. What about your opinion about what we need to counter disinformation? And Alessandra.
Well, I think there are three things to be looking at, and we're all kind of saying, you know, with different kind of angles, the same things at the end of the day. Also, Professor Nishita first on the line. Well, the first thing that I'm thinking of is that, you know, there's one element that maybe I don't agree with Daniela, is that, you know, technology today is power. So the issue of developing technology today is fundamental. So one of the things that we need to do in Europe is to put more investment in that, you know, to build up our own solutions, you know, and to really train the models that can be of use to the growth of industry, the growth of technology in our continent, because that will give us, you know, the ownership of, you know, some of the process of growth in this area. So first of all, I think a knowledge about where to invest, to channel, you know, the resources that we have towards the creation of new technology and new industry. That in turn is going to give more, you know, a possibility for new jobs. It's going to be the possibility also for jobs that are better remunerated, and that is an issue that concerns, you know, young women as much as, you know, young men. The second thing is financial and digital education. This is something that has to be out there from the schooling system onto, you know, the trainers, you know, trainship and everything which is done within civil society and the workforce. Okay, the ability to deal with large language models, with AI and generative AI within the work, you know, that we all do every day is fundamental. So that has to be a priority in the public administration, in the schools, and in the industry. The third thing that to me is very fundamental is that we need to change the way we teach and the way in which university courses are organized. All right, because what we have today is a lot of silos. All right, I teach at the Polytechnique in Milan to engineers, you know, all sorts of engineers, and they know much more than me what, you know, a DLT, a distributed ledger technology is, what a blockchain is, what is AI. They work, you know, using AI and everything. But when I ask them to put together all these issues, and I ask them to understand what are the risks, what are the fundamental issue, when I talk to them about the ability, like Daniela was saying before, and also Senator Nishita was saying, you know, the risk that we have in terms of our ability to be free citizens, okay, and to use our ability to choose when we do whatever we do, okay, whether we vote or whether we are, you know, expressing ideas or understanding what is told to us. Well, that's where they are at loss, okay? They don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Okay, so that means basically that we need to look at the way in which we train our young, smart people, that we have them all over Italy, okay? They're all over the place. They're smart. These kids are smart. They want to know. They have grown up with the idea that, you know, the world is their garden. They can go around. They can do things. So we need to give them that kind of, you know, courses where there is a lot more understanding also of horizontal issues, okay? It's not only silos, it's not only the engineers do only this, you know, the legal people do this, the economists do that. And that is something that makes me think a lot about the almost encyclopedicus and a renaissance, okay, that we need to put forward using technology. So all these issues have to be put together in order for young people, young women. Half of my class, you know, at the Polytechnic is ladies, okay? It's the first time in 4 years. Maybe because they know that I talk about this stuff and they like to come. But I think that there are more and more, you know, young women that are, you know, signing up for, you know, informatica or whatever types of engineering they want to do. So young ladies are there, okay? It's up to us really to understand, and for those who work, you know, in politics, the legislator, the regulators, and the people in the industry, and the teachers, you know, to make sure that we do have a new way to look at these issues, a lot more complete, you know, that brings together everything. So these would be my 3 things. Money, which is, you know, it's nothing wrong with money, huh?
Sure.
Money. Education, all right, and the ability really to train. In all of this, within a setting that we have in our continent, in Europe, whereby a lot of the laws are in the right track, okay? Maybe they're too much, and maybe we need to explain more, and maybe we need to develop whatever. But we are in a very nice place, a sandbox where we can really make things happen, okay? And that's something that we need to tell, you know, our politicians, and we need to tell our legislators. We need to be advocate, like Daniela was saying, we can all do that when we think about these things, to laterally thinking about these issues, all right? So that would be my, it's a bit complicated, but that would be my message.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's somewhere where to start. Let's put together money, education, and the ability to train. And women, yes, above all. So thank you very much. And in fact, last but not least, for once a minority in this panel of authorableness, I'll give the floor to Senator Nicita, Professor Nicita, to close this panel, asking him the same. What are, in your opinion, Antonio, tools to protect ourselves and to put women at the center of our technological society?
Thank you. I will be very brief because I share the views that I've just listened. So I'm happy, first of all, to be a member of a minority in this panel. And I think that actually this is an important point. This was the main message of Hannah Arendt when she was talking about the banality of evil, the idea that if we wanted to increase tolerance and decrease inequality, we should experience the idea of being in the shoes of someone else, which means precisely the understanding what means being a minority, that in the case of the women is not a minority, I mean a physical, material minority, but it's a cultural minority. That means in a society that is shaped by male culture and is shaped by an idea of power and of organizing things that is typical a male paradigm. So let me tell you about this information. Actually, I agree with all what I said. I just want to add 2 brief points. One is, legal. Is the idea that we have to push on the right not to be disinformed. What it means we have built and designed our constitutions and even many of the laws that we have in terms of information, even public service information, on the idea of a right to be informed. But there is also a right not to be disinformed, which means I should have a right, especially in the digital sphere, in the eco-digital system, not to receive some kind of messages, not to be the subject of a strategy of disinformation, which means providing each citizen in the web with the power to make a selection on the sources, on deciding autonomously the level of algorithmic selection, the level of profiling, and also to decide whether or not to be informed on any decision that has been taken in some places over a content that I have viewed on a social media. You know that social media, they have all kind of information about all kind of content each of us has received and seen. There is a measure that is useful for advertising and for asking a price for advertising, which precisely measures how long we have seen a kind of content, for how long. And so each of us, for each of us, there is a record of all the contents that we have seen, that we have shared, that we have commented. So this means that it is possible, it should be possible to counter disinformation, to give to each of us the possibility to select the kind of selection, the kind of profiling, and the kind of transparency we want to have on the content we see, but also should be possible, this is something coming from recent debate, that for every content that I have seen and watched or received, or every image, whatever, I can receive after a while a sort of additional information on the nature of the content, on the nature of the debate that this has raised, or whatever, so that it is increase my critical judgment on the one side, but also provide information on the nature of the content. Then also we have to apply the Digital Services Act in a more strict way. So we have to improve the possibility of national authorities like the Italian Authority on Telecommunication, that is the focal point for applying DSA in Italy, to provide, much more stronger abilities to sanction, to monitor what the platform is doing. And so we need to increase transparency in a much stronger way. Finally, we have to introduce the obligation of putting a label on content, the same label on content that are produced by artificial intelligence, so that is clear that is not a real video or a real content, the content that you have. And on the other side, we should, and Carla knows that because I wrote a book on this proposal, we should increase much more the juridical side of the legal side of providing responsibility, legal liability for paying damages to victims of disinformation and also hate speech. So this is something we should put in action. And I think that, of course, a women's side of the story is particularly needed. And I appreciate what you said about that. We need certainly to understand and to let people understand why some kind of information, some kind of prejudices of cultural stereotypes are really damaging our ability to increase not only democracy, but a culture of democracy, and that is able to respect each other's, to give minority the respect that they need, and to create a society of people that can discuss about everything, but not on themselves, on the right to be themselves and not to be discriminated for who you are or for what you think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Antonio. Yes, I do agree very, very much with what Antonio last said. He wrote a beautiful book, Nell'età dell'odio, in the age of hate. And being a constitutionalist, I do agree that when it comes with hate, disinformation, hate speech, we cannot rely on the free market of ideas, because ideas are not the same. Democratic ideas are not the same and must not be weighted at the same way as hate and disinformation and false, fake ideas. So thank you very, very much indeed for this panel. Listening to you has been really enriching. So thank you again, Marilena, for having us all. And I hope this will be the first, maybe, of many others meetings on these themes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to this wonderful panel. You know, any point of view is a view from a different point, and what is going on that we are collecting points, creating an ecosystem able to intersecate itself and creating synergy and, enriching the final message that is broader and larger. So, and now we are, yes, ready. Thank you so much for preparing the table for the next panel, and thank you to all of you for the attention. Some people don't just participate in change, they support with incredible determination, but particularly with faith. And our next president is one of them, the president of the next panel, with passion, with determination, with a deep sense of purpose. Please welcome on the stage the president of the next panel, Father Alberto Carrara, that is the leader of a new moment together. So thank you, Father Alberto, for coming and introduce your guest and being the voice of an important session. Thank you.
So good morning. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Marilena, to inviting me the second time, always. So we move from algorithm to healthcare. So it's a great honor and privilege to open this panel at the Women Economic Forum of the Mediterranean 2025, here in the splendid setting of this Villa ZITO, a place of peace and reflection, a living symbol of the encounter among cultures that have made Palermo throughout history, both the gateway and the beating heart of the Mediterranean. So we want to begin this panel dedicated to healthcare without borders, challenges and cooperation across the Mediterranean. That is, it is not just a technical or political theme, I guess. It is a moral and anthropological one. Care as an expression of our shared humanity. Health knows no borders. And suffering and hope is a universal language. The sea that unites us is also a region marked by deep inequalities. The Mediterranean Sea, economic ones, social ones, especially also medical ones. Alongside centers of excellence, there are areas where access to care remains fragile, where infrastructure is limited, where humanitarians and climate crisis amplify human vulnerability. As we know, COVID-19 pandemic reminds us powerful that no one is saved alone. No one is saved alone. Every nation, every healthcare system is part of a network of mutual dependence. And what happens on one shore of the Mediterranean inevitably affects the others. To speak today of healthcare without borders is therefore to recognize that international medical cooperation is not an optional art of generosity. It is a structural necessity, an investment in the global common good. This word is very powerful, common good. It calls for a vision that transcends the logic of aid and or compensation and embraces the one of co-responsibility, scientific solidarity, technological sharing, and above all, the centrality of the human person. The word care comes from the Latin word cura, meaning both to take charge of and to be concerned for, pay attention to the human being. In a word that unites science and compassion, professionalism and humanity. In the Mediterranean, where religions, cultures, and traditions intertwine, care is also a form of intercultural dialogue, a recognition of the other, an encounter beyond difference. To care for someone from another country, another language, another faith is already an act of peace. And we need peace in this historical moment. Every therapeutic gesture carried out beyond borders is therefore a form of human diplomacy, a bridge between worlds. This philosophy underlines the experience we will hear about today, real practices that translate the ideal of a global, compassionate, and personalized medicine into action. So this is our focus for this panel. And the first part, I want to invite three great ladies here with me in the chair. In the order, Dr. Enza Lore, head of the neurology service IRCS ISMET. Thank you to be here with us. Dr. Giusy Ranucci, head of the pediatric pathologies IRCS ISMET. And Dr. Tiziana Mele, managing director of Ludbeck, Italy. So thank you very much. So the panel will be divided into two parts. So the first part of this section will be introduced and guided by Dr. Lore and Dr. Ranucci, who will present the mission and international vision of ISMET, the Mediterranean Institute for Transplantation and Highly Specialized Therapies, a center of excellence born from the partnership between the region Sicily and the University of Pittsburgh. So ISMET stands as a living emblem of transnational medical cooperation, as we will hear. A reminder that in Sicily, an ancient vocation for hospitality has become a modern vocation for biomedical innovation and global solidarity. The two clinical, the cases that they will present from different area of both Europe and Asia speak of far more than medical success stories. They tell us about the transformative power of care when it crosses geographical, economic, and cultural boundaries. So I give you 15 minutes each, 20 minutes each. And after that, I will present the second part of the panel, directed by Dr. Tiziana Mele. So the first will be Dr. Lore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Padre Alberto, for your kind presentation. And thank you again, Marilena. It's a really great pleasure to be here. And above all, to have brought this Women Economic Forum this year in our city, Palermo. So I feel really touched to tell to all of you today a little bit about the international experience in providing healthcare by UPMC. What is UPMC? UPMC stands for University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. Is a world-renowned healthcare provider. Is a globally recognized for its groundbreaking research, medical, scientific, and technological innovations. But the core value of our organization is a patient-centered model of care. So UPMC manage today more than 40 hospitals, most based in the United States, above all in the Northeast, like Pennsylvania, Maryland, and New York, but also outside USA borders, like in Italy, indeed, Ireland, and many other places in the world. And UPMC in Italy operates in 4 centers, bringing, as we say, the innovation, international expertise, and once again, a patient-centered model of care. ISMET started its history, so UPMC started to manage the first hospital in Sicily, this in the heart of the Mediterranean Sea in the late 90s. Thank you, partnership between the Sicilian region and the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. ISMET was founded and now is globally recognized to provide care in end-stage vital organ diseases. So we perform transplant, solid organ transplant, and any other highly specialized medical and surgical care. And we have been recognized in 2014 by the Italian Minister of Health as a government-approved research hospital. And now, you know, we have this international soul in our hospital. I mean, we are fully integrated into the local healthcare system, but we are managed by an international company. The healthcare providers come from many places in the world, and we used to work in close collaboration with our American colleagues for clinical case discussion to carry out also scientific project together. So is a very touching history, ISMET one, because ISMET itself was founded in late 90s to try to counteract a history of health tourism. So I mean, in late 80s and 90s, when an end-stage vital organ disease Sicilian patients needed to get a transplant, were forced to travel in the north of Italy or even abroad. And then in 1997, thank you, this vision of the Sicilian region and the UPMC, a local care for those patients was established. And now it turned out to be a reference point for other underserved countries across the Mediterranean Sea. So many international patients come to ISMET to get highly specialized care. A few ISMET milestones are worth being remembered, like in 29, we have been the first hospital to receive a Joint Commission international accreditation, which is one of the international accreditation systems which certify high quality of care and safety for patients. Then, as I said, in 2014, we have been recognized by the Italian Minister of Health as a research hospital. Within this recognition, we still run a cardiovascular network. So we are one of the few hospitals in Italy granted by the Italian Minister of Health in the field of cardiovascular care and scientific production. And then in 2019, ISMET through a partnership with the University of Palermo founded an international degree nurse course, which hosts today many international students, also coming from low and middle income countries. And then they come to ISMET to have their internship with the English speaker tutor. But what is really nice is that most of those students, after completing their degree course, find a job in ISMET, reaching this multicultural and international environment. And then in 2023, we reached a good milestone because after 25 years, we perform 3,000 solid organ transplant. So ISMET also has a strategic partner, which is REMED Foundation, Research Mediterranean Foundation, which was established in 25 by a memorandum of understanding signed by the Italian government with the University of Pittsburgh and the UPMC. Both ISMET and REMED now have a bigger plan. So there will be a bigger health and science hub outside the city in a huge area close to the airport with a new biotechnology and biological center for preclinical research and drug development and translational science, and a new biggest hospital, ISMET 2, we are very proud of, was designed by Renzo Piano actually. This is the core of my presentation. I want to thank the head of our International Patient Service Department to provide me with the content of the next coming slide. So at ISMET we have a traveling patient service where we provide any kind of service for traveling patient, like visa support, interpreting, transportation through the city. We partner with the hospitals in the home countries to be sure that patients receive appropriate follow-up even after ISMET discharge. And over the last few years, we receive many international patients. They come from everywhere in the world, but above all, Greece, Malta, and Romania are the largest group. We, in the bar chart in the left part of the slide, we divided in light purple the number of pediatric patients we receive, and the dark purple the adult international patients we admit at ISMET. Many times those traveling patients come to ISMET thank you to agreement among government. That is the case for Malta. So in 2011, a bilateral agreement between Malta's Ministry of Health, Sicily's Regional Transplant Center, and ISMET UPMC was established for lung transplant and then extended to any other kind of highly specialized surgery we provide. The same happened for Greece patients. We receive many pediatric patients from Greece. And that's all from my institution, but as Marilena knows, I'm a neurologist, and as a neurologist, I want to raise a voice about global neurology, which is a part of global health, with the aim to focus, to advocate for brain health, focusing on trying to reduce inequities and disparities in healthcare. So there is a huge paradox for neurological disorders. So most of the burden of neurological diseases fall within low and middle income countries, but on the other side, they do not have good access to healthcare. They have a workforce shortage. So many low and middle income countries, we have one neurologist for million of people. Okay, in many countries there are no MRI scanner and a few CT scanner, and poverty, cost of treatment, access to specialized care, a scarcity of public health resources has been recognized as determinant of poor brain health. So I think the Women Economic Forum is the right setting to raise the voice for global neurology to advocate for less disparities, because the first step to reduce inequities is the network. Okay, so thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. It's a very honor for me to be here to talk about how our institute have an important mission to give the opportunity to all children to have life-saving opportunities beyond the borders. Okay, please, I ask for my slide, Ranucci. I lead the pediatric unit of my hospital. You can hear me because this is the terrible microphone, I hope. Yes. Okay, it's okay now? Okay, perfect. Today I want to share with you our experience and to talk you how clinical excellence is intrinsically linked to social equity. This is a very important point, in particular in my setting, the care, children care, and in particular in the care of rare disorders of the children. This is an important point, but the specialization of our institute in this field is the most important point of our discussion. And as you can see from this slide, our pediatric department is a pediatric department that be a part of an European network, a too big European network, because we are members since 2017 of the Earn Transplant Child Network. It is a network, an European network that include all centers in Europe with a high specialization in the field of transplantation in children, abdominal transplantation. And we are also partner of European Reference Network for rare liver disease in children, another close and specialized topic. But as you can see from our numbers, our activities is a very important activities, very high number, because we are a reference unit for Italy, but also for Europe. But the important point is that this excellence is based on the possibility that we have to share clinical assistance at a high profile with scientific research, because these two words go together to consent an high important high specialized cure. And as you can see in this slide, our institute is recognized by our minister Roberto as an ERCCS, so a research institute dedicated to the care but also to scientific research. Okay, this is an important point because nowadays advanced clinical medicine include clinical research. We adopted also advanced clinical protocols shared with our partner in Pittsburgh, UPMC partners, and we are part of big worldwide clinical trials, so our patients could have an access to innovative treatments. But all this is based on the care of patients with rare liver disease. And as all of you know, children are different from adults. A child is not a small adult, because we have different disorders, but also an important aspect that we need to consider, the impact of every experience that a child proved on his neurodevelopment, as our neurologists say. So our pillar of our care is to consider every time the important impact that the experience of a disorders and a chronic condition in particular can impact the entire life of our children. And as you can see from these slides, our fields of interest are mainly two. so rare disorders of children and abdominal transplant. So every day we try to avoid, to give a possibility to our child to take apart the depression of their conditions and to hope a future of hope, life and growth, in particular with an advanced medical treatments and also abdominal transplant. So in particular we have the possibility, and they say this is the lucky parts of my job, we have the possibility to give a second life to our children. Because, as you know, liver transplant is an opportunity, a big opportunity for children. The story of liver transplant starts in the United States in an UPMC, in the first UPMC hospital from Dr. Sarcel that conducted the first transplant in a child. And you can say in this picture the first girl that received a transplantation. At that time, they write a long-term survival, but this child died at 3 years old. And from that time, a lot of things is improved. And now I can say to you that the survival of our children is 19%, and after a liver transplant, their life is a normal life. So the history has been changed. A liver transplantation is a very big opportunity for a lot of children. But I want to share with you also this table, because it is important to consider that the indication to for a liver transplantation is too different today, because we can transplant patients with liver disorders, but also patients, children with abdominal tumors. So now this is the tumors is the 4th indication for a liver transplantation, and we transplant also children with extrahepatic condition like metabolic disease. So the indication is very, very wide, and an important pillar of our hospital is that, as you can see in these bars, the number of children that received a transplant is increased over time, but also the orange bar is increased, and the orange bar represents the liver transplantation from living donors. Okay, so our hospital offer the opportunity of a liver transplantation from a live donation, and this is the motive that we have a lot of international patients, because in our hospital these patients can come with living donors, parents that give to the child a little piece of their graft. And probably the history of Maria's, and as you can see in this slide, we have a lot of women that characterize this history. This is Maria, the mom of this beautiful child, that offers to his child, coming from Russia, in this case, a piece of liver. So, as you can see, we have their pictures before the liver transplant and only 3 weeks after the liver transplant. She say in this brief history that she can return to the operating room for 5 times, because the opportunity for a mom to express this love for the children is a very moment of love and care, total care. But as you can see also in these graphics, we are very proud to offer our assistance not only to children from our regions, but equally to children from other regions in Italy and from other countries in Europe and in the world. And this is the most important part of our job, because we have an high specialization in our field is a specific rare fields, and we have a strong ability in this field. As you can see in this slide, in the last years we treat about 35 children from Europe, in particular from Greece, but also from Ecuador, and so the humanitarian aspects of our activities is increasing. But as you can see, ISMET is an important reference center in Europe. Europe. In this panel, you see all centers of the Ern transplant child, and Isment accounted for the 10% of the total transplant in pediatric in Europe, in children in Europe, a very big number. But the most important point of this discussion is that this is possible because we have a multidisciplinary network. No one is alone enough. We need surgeons, surely, hepatologists, but also social workers, international coordinators, translators, neurologists, and the optimal outcomes can be reached only if there is a strong cooperation. And our hospital gives us the opportunity also to have some cultural care services that could manage international patients that have a lot of needs, in particular for cultural and legal aspects. And so in this slide, you can see the most important topic of our discussion. Yes, we want to give the opportunity of the care across borders, but beyond the barriers, we need to consider the barriers. We have social barriers, we have economic barriers to fight, we have logistic and legal barriers and cultural barriers, but our motto is bridging gaps, fostering hope. And so I want to conclude my topic sharing with you two history, real world experience that are very important for us, that give us the motivation every day to try to make the difference in life-saving children. And this is the history of Dua. Dua was born in Tunisia with a rare disease, a Crigel-Najjar syndrome. In particular, I say to you that these patients experimented at birth an important jaundice. Their skin, their eyes is yellow, but the problem is that high level of bilirubin can impact severely their brain. So these patients needed in an urgent way to perform a phototherapy with a lamp for the entire day. In Italy, we have a lot of problem for these children to give the opportunity of this phototherapy. And in Italy, these patients stay in intensive, in a neonatal care unit for a long period. In Africa, phototherapy is not a possible care. So the history of Dua starts with this disease and with a mother that want to try everything to save her child. And this mother choose a boat, a migrant boat, to save her child. So the mother and Dua arrived in Sicily by boat, and they find the recovery in our hospital. Surely it is not so simple to treat patients that arrive in this way. And in particular, we can offer in this condition liver transplantation, because in this condition, if you substitute the liver, you can cure the disease. But we have not in this case, we have not the opportunities to consider live donors, because mother and father is not okay for a live donation. And this is a big problem, because the only way to cure these children is to access to a national cadaveric list. So our hospital, but the entire community, start a process to include this child in our sanitary system, because the only way to access to cadaveric lists in Italy is to be part of our national system. And in the night of Christmas night, arrived a liver for Dua. Duna now is a normal child. Her mother started to working in Italy. She attend a normal school, and her life is completely normal. So this is an history of resilience, but in particular, this history helps us to understand how healthcare success may be incomplete if it fails to ensure social reintegration. So an important point of our discussion is that we can cure, but the cure include reintegration, social reintegration. integration of these families. Because, as you know, the future of patients with liver transplantation needed some cure, so we need to consider the inclusion in our society, okay? In particular for African people, if a child transplanted came back in Africa, died because there is no banally immunosuppression to do. And as you can see, this is the kiss of Dua for our audience. And this is our last recent history, another important history. We talk about Ayeda. Ayeda was the child of two Afghanistan parents that had this child with a rare condition, a sort of biliary cirrhosis that starts as soon after the birth. The parents decided to move from Afghanistan to Iran to give a possibility to this child. But when they arrived in Iran, all hospitals say to these parents that the only way to do is to consider palliative care for their child. So this desperate mother starts to try with social to find an help for the care of the child. And she met the Italian association that include all parents with parents of child with these rare conditions. So this mother call another mother in another place of the world, start a communication, and two women starts to work every day to obtain a cure for these children. From that point, a lot of a very big humanitarian care starts, because this association involved our Ministry of Health, our regions, the presidency of regions, start a continued collaboration with the Iranian embassy. At the end, after only 2 months, Ayeda arrived in our hospital. Okay, Ayeda acceded to an important innovative care that modify completely her history. As you can see, this is a video from Ayeda before in Iran, when she stayed in Iran. These patients suffer of a chronic cirrhosis, but the most important point is this itching that that is impossible to suffer for any child. And now, after about 2 months from her arrival in Izmit, her life has been dramatically changed. She starts to grow, she smiles, she sleeps. That is important point of this disorder, is to start to see the child sleep. That can be a difference. But as you can understand, this case is a case with a positive ends, because there is a lot of people that in a free way starts a solidarity, start a humanitarian chain, starting from association, but also from politicians, from the hospital, from population that starts to support economically this family. So in particular at this time, in this Gaza war that afflicted every people every time, we can say that children can be always invisible victims of conflict, and the Center of Excellence have the ethical responsibility to give an opportunity in this situation. This is an important point and a real mission for our institute. So this summarized the past generation of our children affected by disorders and the present generation of our children with liver transplant and with new innovative treatment. For the future, we hope that we can create an ethical sustainability model, because our mission is to create a real bridge with other countries, with countries that want to start to improve their care for these conditions. So we need to consider this aspect. We can't close our expertise in our field. We need to start to train doctors around the world. And my hospital starts with my directors, a politics of formation of doctors, nurses around the world. We, as pediatricians, it is important for us to consider also the advocacy of children's rights, because at this time it is very important to give this opportunity to child everywhere to have access for the cure. And now we can say that social inclusion is really a therapy for our population, because promoting social integration is the real final step of a cure for our child. And this is our photo of our aquarium that summarizes everything.
Thank you very much for sharing with us this very concrete, humane, compassionate, very highly scientific cases that tell us also the connection between the good use of technology, right? The good use of social media, etc., in order to connect through this thing very good, saving life. So now we move to the second part of this session, and this second part will highlight another extraordinary example of global solidarity, and the initiative supported by Ludbeck aim at strengthening neurology in other parts of the world, right? So Dr. Tiziana Mele will present this second part, and it's a great privilege also because there's a connection between the first part and the second, I guess, because also neuroscience today represents one of the most promising and yet delicate frontiers of modern medicine. Neurological and psychiatric disorders are among the leading causes of disability worldwide, but they also constitute a field where research, pharmacological innovation, and international training can make a truly transformative impact. Ludbeck, a long-standing biopharmaceutical company devoted to brain and mental health, has chosen to combine cutting-edge science with social responsibility too. Its cooperation project with other countries in the world stems from the conviction that neuroscientific knowledge is a global public good, and that the fight against brain diseases demand alliances between the global north and the south part of the world. And through the training of local physicians, the exchange of diagnostic therapeutic protocols, and access to innovative treatments, the programs concretely realize what global health should be: a network of shared intelligence, competence, and compassion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monsignor Carrara, and thank you, President Marilena Citelli Francese, for inviting me. And thanks to my colleagues because of the panel, because I really touched the passion in making a difference from patients. So very, very happy to be here. Yes, I am the managing director of Lundbeck, Italy, and Lundbeck, as Monsignor Carrara mentioned, is a global pharmaceutical company. We was born in Denmark, and we are owned by a foundation, so a philanthropic foundation that every year awards with the Brain Prize the best scientist on the brain. So it's a really, really pleasure to be close to a neurologist and close to a pediatrician, because our next step is the neuro-rare, so in the children. So it's very, very honored. I'm very, very honored to be here. And what we do as a pharmaceutical company, everything starts from a fact. There is no health without brain health, as my colleagues has mentioned. And in order to make improvements, we need also to look at the around the world to see what is happening around the world in order to make an impact. And what Lundbeck is doing at the global level, here you can see so many logos. And this is our commitment at global level in order to make impact not only in research, but also in innovation. You can see so many companies that we partner with, because we strongly believe in the power of network. We are a strong pharmaceutical company with a strong knowledge in neuroscience, but at the same time, we are aware that 1 + 1 is not equals to 2. 1 + 1 is more than 2, and we strongly believe that we can learn from each other. And what we, if this is a commitment of at a global level, what are we doing in Lundbeck, Italy? And this is a recent collaboration that we, as an Italian company, we decided to start. Is a collaboration with Mondino Hospital. Many of you know that Mondino is one of the top neurological center located in Pavia. And recently they mentioned to us this very special project with El Salvador. And you can think, why Lundbeck Italy? Why an Italian company, an Italian affiliate has decided to support these projects that will run in El Salvador? We are so close. But at the same time, everything starts from the fact that in El Salvador, there are no neurologists. As my colleagues mentioned, the neurologist is a so special discipline. You are so few, and in El Salvador, 0 neurologists, because the specialties is not well established. So starting from these facts, from this weakness, the Mondino has decided to support the development and the know-how of doctors in El Salvador, of course in the neurology, so they can be back after 1 year and a half, and at least have an impact in our country, just applying what they have learned in Italy. So this is a project that make us very, very proud, because we can help. We can help El Salvador as a country working with a top center like Mondino. And just my final remarks is that what I'm learning this morning, and I'm unfortunately was not here yesterday, but what I'm learning is that at the end, the power of connection, the power of networking is that all together we can fill the gap, and we can making an impact. And I think that all of us in this room, we have a common desire to make an impact. Maybe because we are women, maybe because we have this special sense. Sorry, Ambassador, just to mention this, but I think that what I've seen this morning, but also what I've touched in this session, is the passion that is a common trait, that this is a fil rouge among us, and maybe helped with the men, we can make an even greater impact. So thank you so much.
So thank you very much. So we have time for question and to interchange with you. And I guess because I'm not a woman, but I guess another women characteristics very important here in the debate and discussion is empathy, right? The capacity to connect and also there's some neurological explanation for this, right? So I guess we have time, we have 30 minutes. So we have time to address questions to all of these three great women here with me, to interchange some dialogue with them. We heard about 2 different experiences, and we hear about concrete case from Africa, Afghanistan, El Salvador. So it's very interesting also that care and global in this globalized world, the excellencies in medical care spread around the world, and so this is very important to know. So please, yes, there's some question. Yeah.
And I would like to know more about this initiative that's very, I mean, it's really the soul of the Women Economic Forum, about mother that help each other to find the right place to be, and maybe also the right transplantation needs. I mean, because it happened to me when I was in India, in a Arbin place, that some of our network asked me to help to find a donor in France, and it went only, but it's completely informal. We're not organized at all. And I would like to know yours, that it's organized, because maybe we can contribute to save lives around not only the Mediterranean, with our networks. Then please tell me. And first, bravo, of course.
Thank you so much for your response. I think that in this moment, I'm really convinced that the association of patients is a really important point of the history, because we know from rare disorders, the association of patients with the rare disorder, that is a very strong build to create connection all around the world from patients with the same disease and to create possibilities. Okay, surely in Italy, our Minister of Health give to us a lot of opportunities to create a way to do in some humanitarian case. But the most important thing is that in some cases, there is other association in the world, in particular in Romania. We have a woman that start with to create some flights for children with some disorders, and she start to do a fundraising action to save children all around the world. So she said to me, when you are in difficult to have money to have a treatment for your child or to create an opportunities, you can ask to me, because in the world there is this sort of power that give us the opportunity to access to the cure. But in any case, for transplantation, the possibility to go in an hospital where living donation is an opportunity make a difference from patients from all around the world. Because in these cases, we can use the parents, some aunt, a grandmother, some cases. Because for liver and kidney, living donors is an opportunities. And with living donors, we can go beyond the borders, because if the patient is a patient from Ecuador, we can consider a transplantation from living donors, because if in that countries there is no opportunities of transplantation, this technique is available also in some hospital with this expertise. You can go and to move for this specific technique. It's not so simple to do a living transplantation, but when the expertise is a very good expertise, we have no problem of survival, we have no problem from donors, and this is the difference. But to return to your question, I think that now we need to share our experience, and we need to share our power with the association of patients, because the only way to arrive from patients to politicians is the association of patients, with caregivers of patients, of children, is really motivated to do something for his child, but for the child with the same disorders. And the opportunity for AIEDA to come here is a very, very big opportunity. And probably we have a lot of children in Afghanistan with the same condition, okay? But in this case, no one can stop this mother, because another mother wants to save these children. And this is the power of our work.
Just a question to the three of you. Mothers cannot be stopped, and we all know that. But technology can be a way to help mothers to get in touch with each other and to have also the ability to maybe, share information. But also, my question is whether, is there like a way that people like you, in the business with an industry at the back, and, access to finance, access to a number of stakeholders, that you know very well, whether it be the ministry, whether it be foundations and so on and so forth, to create, like, first of all, like a platform. Second of all, like a data repository, because that's very important. And then to look at all the ways in which you can do crowdfunding, you can have access to a number of different donors, in a way that donors want to know, that you're certified, that is a serious platform, that, who's behind is, knowledgeable of these issues. Because for rare diseases, coming from a completely lay person, I don't know anything about this. But I understand that for rare diseases, it's a lot harder to find, the means that are necessary to cure, these kids from places where maybe there are, eradicated diseases that are rare, and we do not know about it. So is there like a way that can be like pulling together some, different forces and do something like that?
Can I start? Sure. Yes, it's working. Yeah, can you listen to me? Yes, and absolutely yes. And this is what Lundbeck at the global level is trying to do. And thanks to the foundation, because we are owned by a foundation, we strongly believe and we are aware that of the power of technology. And as you mentioned, the rare and the neuro-rare setting is so dramatic in terms of also of understand the disease, to early detect the patients, because the sooner the patients is understood, the sooner that she can start the treatment. So for a company, for a business point of view, this is a strategic asset. Absolutely, yes.
I want to say a few words about the women neurology, which is a subfield of neurology, so a part of the global neurology. I just want to spend a few words for women neurology, which is a field of my specialty, which is not very much implemented. So sometime I had living donor mom still was breastfeeding and a candidate to surgery. So it's a complex way to manage those women in terms of giving drugs and try to give support. So this is another important field that we need to be implemented, women's neurology, which is much more established within the American Academy of Neurology, but I feel less in the European setting and the national setting as well.
Yes, about the question that you offer to us, it is important to consider that probably in the future artificial intelligence give a strong power to our patients, and it is important to note that in the last few years with intelligence, artificial, social, we assisted to a centralization of the care for patients with rare conditions, because parents say to each other where is the best place where they could accede to a real cure or a real team that can cure this child. And also in this field, the registry of the rare disorders are in the hands of patients, because also in Europe, for privacy, for data protection, we have for many years a lot of problems to collect data, but now also in a rare network, European network, the association of the patients are included in this network, and we have the power to collect data in straight contact with the association of the patients, respecting their rights, but I think that in the future our project research activities go very, very easy considering this.
Can I add just a comment, just building on this? This morning we have discussed about the importance of access to healthcare. We have discussed about inequalities a lot, but of course these questions raise another point to me, and it's the access to technology. We are talking about the healthcare across the borders. We are talking about how to refer patients that are not in Italy to the Italian best hospital and so on. Without technology or without the proper access to technologies, this of course can limit these opportunities. So it's also about you working in this field also to make this happen.
So yeah, I think technology from a patient's family's perspective to reach the right network is good, but also we should make a network among professionals and healthcare providers. And this is actually a big ongoing work of many international societies like the World Federation of Neurology, the Global Neuro Research Coalition. The aim is try to provide support for local healthcare professionals working in underserved settings and make a connection with high-income countries, and also try a way to engage in appropriate healthcare minorities living in high-income countries. That's another point. So make also a network among professionals. It's important to support our colleagues who work in other different settings.
Intanto volevo complimentarmi, conosco la realtà dell'ISMET di Carini e ho seguito la prima pietra, ma parliamo di anni fa, veramente una realtà che non si sa quando verrà inaugurata, almeno non so se voi siete più aggiornate, ma è molto vasta appunto perché sarebbe un polo internazionale. Non tocchiamo il tasto della nostra sanità in Sicilia perché siamo veramente precari, cioè non diciamo delle cose magari che non è il contesto giusto. Io volevo fare una domanda alla dottoressa Lorè. In un contesto come quello del Sud Italia, dove la medicina ad alta complessità incontra sfide strutturali e culturali, quindi il ruolo delle donne nella sanità può diventare un vero motore di cambiamento, e alla luce della sua esperienza all'ISMET, centro di eccellenza internazionale, quello che le vorrei chiedere è questo: come vede l'evolvere il ruolo delle donne nella medicina ad alta complessità e quale leve culturali e istituzionali ritiene fondamentali per valorizzare la leadership femminile nel Sud Italia?
Tutto quello che ci siamo detti, diciamo, in questi giorni. Intanto una cosa fondamentale è provare a fare mentorship, quindi individuare delle figure professionali che diciamo con la loro esperienza e dedicando del tempo ad altre professioniste più giovani possono far scoprire il valore, no? Di dare un contributo in ogni settore della società, che sia la medicina, che sia la tecnologia, che sia lo spazio, che sia l'ambiente, qualsiasi, e che diciamo tutto è conciliabile nella vita. La maternità non è d'ostacolo, anzi si imparano esperienze manageriali quando si hanno famiglie allargate che si possono trasferire nel mondo del lavoro. Ecco, fare un lavoro di mentorship e far riscoprire alle più giovani di credere in se stesse, che diciamo chi vuole può raggiungere con tanto impegno e sacrificio posizioni più alte, secondo me è importante. Questo.
We have more time if there's another question. I want to address one in particular to the three, because we have experts in the field of neurology, also pharma, etc. the topic is the gender gap. How does the gender gap in scientific research, particularly the unrepresentation of women in data collection, for example, analysis, etc., affect the validity, inclusiveness, and social impact of scientific finding? Because I guess this is another of the elephant in the room, right? So.
Yeah, this is a big issue and is one of the main topic. Is one of the main topic of the Women Brain Foundation, for example. Yeah. What Antonella Santuccione Ciada, the president, tried to spread the voice about, try to fill this gap, also in preclinical science. Yes. Also in preclinical science. We have sometime preclinical experiment with cells coming from male species that make invalid the results. So that's a big issue. But I think starting to raise a voice on this topic is the first step. The first step to try to sort it out at some point.
And I agree with what Dr. Salore said, but on the other hand, on the other side, I strongly hope that a scientist like Dr. Salore can also challenge the trial design in order to say this is not the proper design, in order to demonstrate the value on both genders, because this is at the end what we can do as a pharmaceutical company, but also receiving your challenge. This can also help filling the gap.
Yeah, and I think if we are moving to personalized care, gender is the first determinant to be taken into consideration in experiment and clinical trial, for sure.
Thank you.
I say that I am positive in this way because in my life I have a lot of opportunities. So I think that the story for the healthcare system and for women in healthcare has been changed very much in the last few years. Probably this is linked to the presence of a woman in the power position, I don't know. But I think that as a cascade, the situation is a new situation now because I'm 40 years old and I am a leader in my field, in the field that I love for the entire part of my life, without any doctors behind me, and only I can see for meritocratic process. So I am positive in this area, and I want to share with you this experience.
The rest of the world. No.
So, is there any other question?
The last one before lunch.
Before lunch, yes.
If not, I have a question for you, Father Alberto. Yes, coming back to the title of this important session, Healthcare Without Borders. In your personal opinion and sentiment, how we could really, how we could really reach this goal, now in healthcare without borders, from your point of view?
Oh, from my point of view.
I know, it's a now question, but I think
Very
you are the right person.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
very challenging.
I guess the key word was announced in the previous panel also, and I guess is education, right? I'm a Catholic priest, as you know, but so Pope Leo last Monday signed apostolic letter dedicated to education, right? So and he used a very complicated but powerful topic he chose the he called the cosmological paideia, in the sense of and he comes also from the Greeks, but also from St. Augustine, of course, and so and is, I guess it's is linked to the previous section dealing with algorithm, because I don't know if you know that the Vatican developed the so-called Rome Call for AI ethics in 2020. So and now Pope Leo is very interested in algorithms, and I one of the specialists in neuroethics. So I guess the connection is try to spread the humanistic way of see not just the hyper-specialized issues, but the hyper-specialized issues in a broad and more vast horizon, right? The problem today is that we live in a digitalized, hyper-specialized, very fast world, right? And so there's very technical expertise, but we lack, through the centuries, we lack this capacity to have a more broad horizon, and this is the horizon of meaning, right? So I guess education has to form a critical understanding of reality through, I guess, the use of the philosophy from not just Western philosophy, but also we have other traditions. But the main questions in philosophy remain the same, right? Who we are, the reality, the great question of suffer, of death, etc., of law and meanings, etc., life. So throughout the centuries, from China to Mexico, etc., the same question remained the same, right? So I guess this is one of the point, education, but education through a humanistic understanding of the reality. In the two concrete scenario, algorithms, for example, the distinction between syntaxis and semantic, right? The understanding of ChatGPT, Claude, all this, and the distinction between the use and the manage of syntactic symbol is not the same to understand the meaning of the content of a syntactic elements. This is one point, right? And in neuroscience, there's another that's, I guess, is one of the fruit also of this panel, that everything is also connected in our body, right? So there's no boundaries in our body in this sense, because everything is connected from the liver to the brain, lungs, etc. So there's an interconnection also inside us, right? And of course, the brain is very important, but the brain is a part of a system, right? And the system is connected with all other systems in the body. And also, the body is connected with the environment, the social environment, and the way we live, etc. So I guess this is also very important to understand. Education through a philosophical understanding of reality. I guess this is the challenge of today. Thank you for the question. I was not supposed to be the moderator of the panel. The president. Oh, you no. Use this.
It's just to say thank you. No, I don't have any other question. It's a promise. Thank you so much for responding. I was thinking that maybe philosophy, faith, and gratitude could be the key ingredients for changing the world and becoming a better human being. So thank you for using the word philosophy, that is so important in this hard time.
Thank you. So it's perfect time for lunch. Thank you very much for our panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this wonderful panel for attending this morning, and thank you so much for coming back at 2:30 p.m. It's important to respect the time. We are trying to do our best to give the chance to all the panel to use the time and to be on time. Enjoy your networking, enjoy the lunch, and see you later 2:30. Please coming back. Thank you.
I cried for you. Now it's your turn to cry over me. Every road has a turning. That's one thing you can learn in. I cry for
So our experience, because at the end we create experiences together. So without any hesitation, I just want to apologize for any inconvenience related to translation. I don't know why, but in any case, I want to thank you, the coordination. They are trying to solve the problem. You can ask to the hostess just in case. And second, we are going to close this event with a special video related to a special story coming from Afghanistan. There will be a person able to introduce the content. And so now we are ready to start. And thank you again for your participation. And so with a great pleasure, I call Elena Palloni and Karine de Meyer. Elena Palloni as Italian civil servant, a reserve Navy officer, international relations officer. And of course, Karine de Meyer, founder woman of the world at Hurry Up Group. They are both voices of dialogue on ethics connecting institution, diplomacy, and citizens. Enjoy, girl.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy and honored to be here. And I'm sure you all are wondering why on earth a Navy officer has been asked to talk about space, peace, and security. Peace and security, yes, maybe, but space? Let me tell you why. So, first of all the satellite monitoring explore and communicate data that serves the purpose of sea monitoring, climate change, counteract. So it's very important. But space and sea are more alike also in other aspects. The space economy, as we will hear in a few minutes, is fast growing and is driven by communication, quantum communication, and data. And the sea, you would imagine the cloud to be in the cloud, but actually the sea hosts 99% of cable communication. So, as the representative of Google said, you imagine the cloud to be in the sky, but actually is under the water. And these two environments, as they are so driven and fast growing, of course attracts a lot of attention and competition, and are vulnerable to cyber attacks, infrastructure attacks. So in these domains, more than ever, we need security, resilience, and cooperation. And as we are here, we know that cooperation and sustainable peace cannot happen without women. And today, I think, is a pivotal day because it's the 25th anniversary of the UN Council Resolution on Women, Peace and Security. So I wish us all a profitable exchange and keep up the good work. And I leave the floor to Karine.
Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you for allowing me to speak a short word. I come from the Netherlands, and I have a Norwegian mother, English grandfather, and a Dutch father. So I have 3 nationalities running through my DNA. And I think that makes me a third culture woman, but also a woman that can identify with a lot of different women around the world, which is why I launched a global women's platform called Women of the World. And it's very much focused on raising capital for female entrepreneurs, because as we all know, only 1.8% of funding goes to female entrepreneurs. And that really depends on their global network very often. And if they know lots of men, it's often easier for them, but they're often bootstrapped. And so what I notice is that Sweden, and I know that Stefan has a Swedish mother, Sweden launched in 2014 the feminist foreign policy, because they saw that there were not enough women in global politics and not on the highest levels as well. We, for example, in the Netherlands have never had a female prime minister. We have a wonderful queen, but we've never had like a female role model that younger women in the Netherlands can actually aspire to. So in 2014, Sweden launched this feminist foreign policy movement, and it's become a global movement. And at this age in time, 18 countries, of which the Netherlands is one, have actually joined that movement. Italy actually has not yet, but you have a female prime minister, which is wonderful. And I think it's the reason why this is such an incredibly powerful event. And you know, I want to congratulate you on this event, because everyone that I've spoken to in the last day and a half feels like a mirror to me. And I think we can grow this movement. I think I voiced it on the chat this week. I know there are 3 female candidates to take up the seat of the Secretary General next year, and I really hope that the Women Economic Forum can be a global player on that. I'm also very much involved with women and climate, because I think climate affects usually the women all around the world. Especially now, I was actually supposed to be in Jamaica beginning of December, and it's just devastating what's happened there. But it's not only in Jamaica, it's happening everywhere in the world. So I want to thank you for allowing me to connect with you. I'm looking forward to building on this relationship with all of you. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Karina, and congratulations for your important project and platform. And here we are. We have a switch between the 2 panels. Anyway, we are going to talk about, of course, peace and security. But I'm really pleased to introduce you a person that you really know very well, Ambassador Staffan de Mistura, Professor Science UN Under Secretary General. And she will lead an important moment, talking about important topics that I'm sure they will so of interest for everybody. I don't know if Ambassador is ready. And thank you so much for being part of this conversation. And we could start from this panel. And if you are ready, and also ready Hamida Aman, Ken Kabawat, in video message of Aime Robio, we are ready to start. Of course, sometimes I don't repeat the role of our guests because are impressed in our cover. But in the meantime, table is organized. I can introduce Hamida Aman as founder and Begun Organization for Women. Hein Kabawat, Minister of Social Affairs and Labor, Syrian Transitional Government, and Fahimé Robiol, CEO of Fahimé Robiol Consulting and Training, France.
Thank you. Allora. Buongiorno a tutti e tutte, soprattutto, e benvenute. Welcome on board. We're having a particular debate today with special, strong, effective, efficient ladies in what is called peace, particularly on 2 areas. One is Afghanistan, the other one is, you know it, Iran, and we have Syria. Now, my name is Staffan de Mistura. I'm Swedish-Italian. I officially am the UN envoy. Too far, too close? A little bit closer, good. And I'm a special envoy of the Secretary General in war zones. But I've been working for 21 countries in 52 years. And currently, I am still involved in avoiding wars. It's always better to avoid a war than close a war because it's difficult. But I'm not here in my official capacity. I'm here because, and that's why I can be a little bit more open, on a personal capacity. Because I was convinced by Marilena, and because I was convinced by what I saw in Rome when I was with WEF. So I consider myself a brother of the sisters. And I must say, I mean it. Good. And I must say, I came with my wife Genevieve, delighted to be here. And because this is the type of environment which may make a difference. At the moment, governments are becoming very selfish. They're becoming very transactional, but civil society and women can make a difference. So for me, it's a matter of belief that we can do it together. Now, one person who has been able to do that, and I've been following since a long time, is Hindi Kabawat. She is the first speaker. She will be speaking to us via a video, and you will see it. But just to tell you that one of the most difficult tasks that she has been having, and it was even mine when I was involved in Syria and perhaps everywhere else, is that women are not involved in negotiations enough. They are not part sufficiently of the so-called peace building. They are victims and often being remembered only as victims, but not as players. And one example is this picture. Look at it. Well, on one side, this is the UN, the symbol of the UN. We are in Geneva, Gen Assembly. I had invited, by being the man in charge of the Syrian discussions, the person who would then have to put together the government and the opposition. I asked for 30% at least of women representation at those meetings. And guess what? They all said yes. And when the meeting was already going on, like we are now, last minute, that's the game, showing up was a delegation of 21 men on one side, 22 on the other side, and 3 women last walking in and not allowed to talk. But it was too difficult for me. I was chairing the meeting in that moment. What do you do then? Not even the government was ready and capable of being able to show that women would be part actively of the delegation. I was furious, but the show has gone on. And in front of us is the whole world, because all the delegations of every country in the world. So, out of rage, I decided to play a new card. You don't bring the women, you don't bring the women, I will bring them. So I asked my colleagues behind me to move and put behind me Syrian women. And they become part of the UN delegation. And they became in the centerpiece. And they became identified as influencing the UN envoy, therefore much more influential than the two sides who didn't want to talk to each other. And of course, the two sides told me, but these are not our women. What you mean by our women? These are Syrian women who speak on behalf of everyone else. And was created WAB, Women's Advisory Board, which now exists and has been extremely influential because they agree between them, because women are capable of going beyond just, I will win, power and all that. They were able to talk about real issues, even those who belong to different groups, veiled, not veiled, whatever. And the result was that one of them was a woman with great determination called Hind Kawabat. And here we are. She was trained through that for the first time. She was very annoying everyone because she was prominent in this group of 12 women. And then here we are, she's a minister. And a minister of the government, transitional government, which is clearly with a certain background that we know, Christian, woman, and twice minister. Not just children, motherhood. No. Motherhood and children are very important. This is part of everyone's job and mission. But also labor, which is much more important, and definitely an area of influence. We are proud of her. She's not easy because she's the only woman, often dressed in white in the official meetings, so that all the men with a long beard and dark suits, everybody can notice, here is Hind. I think that would be the occasion perhaps to show her message to us. She could not come because now she's going around the world actually trying to defend the concept. Syria is not perfect. Nothing can be perfect after a war like that one and 50 years of a regime like Assad. It will take time. There are many bad things, many good things, hopefully, and she is part of that aspect. In other words, fighting for women and for the Syrian transition, like we all had after big wars and civil wars. So if you can see her message to us, which is a message she had been sending specially for the occasion. She was hoping Marilena to come very much, but you know, now she has to also respond where the drama is taking place and not only the pleasure. Can we see the video, please? And meanwhile, you can see how many men are sitting there and many men sitting there. Eh? Yes. They got a lesson that time, frankly, because they, they didn't expect that coup. None.
Hello everyone, and a greeting to all of you in the Women World Economic Forum, and sorry I can't be with you. But my best wishes for you today, for all those women here, and thank you for your energy, for your ideas, for all your belief that you want to make it better for all the women in the world. And special, and I just today to honor all the women in the world who fight for a cause, especially for the Syrian women. I want to honor them for all the fight and for all the hard work over the years, their resilience, their hard work, their commitment to make the community stronger and to grow the communities together in Syria. Today, let's stand together to support the Syrian women. Let's stand with them to empower them, to make them stronger. Because when Syrian women rise, Syria rises with them.
Thank you. We need to help her. She is alone, but strong. And this is a transition period which is always the most delicate in every conflict when they are over. We have the same examples in Europe when it was over. It took some time and some pain, only supported. So I suggest if we can, we'll send her a message on behalf of WEF saying we are with you and we are, in my opinion, proud of you, frankly. Thank you. So here we are lucky to have now two ladies, women, strong women again, motivated and engaged in reality, physically with us. We'll start with you, if I may. Not all of you know her, because she's a very discreet person, but don't underestimate her. She was, just to summarize, first of all, Iranian, but she was a scientific specialist in atomic energy, and not last year, 1970s. That was before the revolution, atomic energy. She left because of the revolution. She became a very active person accepted in France. She became then, by her own qualities, member of the main commission in charge of atomic civil energy in France. She became deputy director of it, and then she ended up deciding, and she will be able to correct me please, to actually turn page, and from that type of activity becoming instead a private entrepreneur pro bono in training, supporting, assisting women. And being Iranian, she got particularly passionate about Afghanistan. And she will be able to tell us what she's been doing. What I can tell you is that we worked together on many of similar occasions, because her main contribution to what we were trying to do was train women to become proactively elected. I could not accept the fact that when women were finally elected in Afghanistan, they were spending most of the time when there was 5-minute speech at the parliament to thank for being elected, thank for being honored to be there, talk about the problems of families and children. I said, no, you should thank nobody. You've been elected like all these men with the beard, all of them. And secondly, no, you should be talking about the real issues that concern everyone, because that's where you make a difference and you have common sense. They don't. They have power sense. And that type of training was often done, especially in France or elsewhere, but done also in Afghanistan, thanks to Faime. So the floor is yours, Faime.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to be a part of this forum. Thank you, Mrs. President, and I am very honored to be with you again, Mr. Ambassador, dear Stefan. I will explain you in two parts what has happened and what is going on in Iran, and first of all in Afghanistan. And with some pictures in order that to help you to follow better. Afghanistan. From 1919 until the end of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, a series of reforms were gradually implemented, including the women's rights, the equal rights between men and women to study and work. The school became compulsory for girls, and women were no longer required to wear veil in public space. With the arrival of the Taliban in 1996, the descent into the hell of women's status began. A woman's face is a source of corruption, said the Taliban. With the fall of the Taliban in 2001 and the arrival of 34 countries led by the Americans to establish peace, security, democratic governance, fantastic momentum in the development of the women's situation was observed in terms of education, health, employment, their contribution to civil society, and in the governance. I witnessed this enthusiasm for development on each of my trip to Afghanistan from 2009 to 2019, which I documented in my book, Voting, Entrepreneurship, and University Studies as well. Unfortunately, this evolution occurred at two speeds in large cities versus rural areas. 80% of the population was not reached by this development due to omnipresent corruption and hostility between for the evolution of women's situation, even in the parliament. The Taliban came to power again in 2021. Here is what they say about the women. A woman is not a human being, but God created her so that she would not frighten men. Today, Afghanistan are deprived of their most fundamental rights. Today makes exactly 1,505, because we have the register, since the girls aged 8 and older have no access to school, and more than 1,045 days since they have no access to university. They are deprived of work, particularly in NGOs and healthcare. I have access to justice, of going out without a man chaperone, of using public bath, of going to parks, of playing sports, to be present in the media, and to working. Afghan women are prohibited from showing their faces or being heard in public, and even forbidden from speaking to each other because their voices might be overheard. During the earthquake in August 2025, in the absence of female rescue workers, many women could not be rescued. The stoning of women has been reinstated. Since then, the Taliban have been converting the traditional school into Quranic school for the boys. The same process is undergoing for the girls. Afghan women are becoming invisible. We are powerless witnesses of the following realities. Girls married at a very young age to elderly men to erase the debt. Girls giving the birth while still children themselves, thus dying in childbirth. Sale of babies and little girls to feed other family members. Women imprisoned and trapped by the Taliban. For millions of young girls, it is a real tragedy that plunges them into hopeless despair, resulting in suicide and serious psychological problem. What is happening to women in Afghanistan clearly constitutes gender apartheid. From perspective point of view, and it is very important that I have honor to be listened, it is essential to continue denouncing and raising awareness about the Taliban's widespread human rights abuses through open letters to decision makers. UN Rapporteur Richard Bennett has issued several reports since 2023 confirming gender apartheid. His most recent report indicates that military activities during armed conflicts generate toxic legacies that particularly undermine peace building and reconstruction efforts. 9 countries have supported the International Crime Court's request to issue an arrest warrant against the Taliban supreme leader for crime against humanity. For those on the ground, we must continue to support all women high-risk initiatives like as clandestine schools, underground, universities, online reading club, economic activities, and remote psychological support offered by the Afghan women diaspora. This is the part concerning Afghanistan. Thank you, Stefan. I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we turn to another country. These are my grandchildren, because I am sure that we have all the duty to bring all this concept in the family through the young children, explaining the concept in realistic way, but in a way that a child can understand and can be sensible. So these are their work to say that let girls go to school for the Afghan women. For Iran, Reza Pahlavi, founder of Pahlavi dynasty, heritated from the Qajar dynasty, a country in a state of underdevelopment, great famine, and deadly epidemic when he was enthroned in 1925. He established a secular and serenist reign during which Iran truly modernized. The wearing of hijab was banned and gender equality was established. Mohammad Reza Shah, his son, continued the reform, including the improvement of women's rights. Women were guaranteed the right to vote in 1963, and the family protection law limited men unilateral rights to divorce and polygamy. In my book, I describe how, as a daughter from an extremely modest family, like many young girls, I seized these windows of education and emancipation to pursue scientific studies free of charge and become a nuclear engineer working at Iranian Atomic Energy Organization and then Commissariat Énergie Atomique in France. With Khomeini's triumphant arrival from Paris, if we have not to forget, a military theocratic regime put a definitive end to all social openness in February 1979. The descent into hell for women started on March 8, 1979, when the newspaper's headline, "Women must go to office wearing the hijab." That means up almost 1 month. And continued, the list is not complete. Concubines' rights, the explosion of temporary marriages, the equality of 2 women to 1 man when witnesses are needed in court, half of the inheritance share for a woman compared to that of a man, development of crime in the name of honor. After 45 years, the balance sheet is alarming. An Iran-Iraq war claimed nearly 1 million Iranian lives, several famines in certain regions, an exodus of approximately 8 million Iranians, representing 10% of the population, the most educated population, environmental disaster, and systematic repression. Additionally, a dangerous and costly military nuclear project exceeding more than $3 trillion has caused the impoverishment of 75% of the population. The situation has become even more disastrous with the recent activation of the snapback mechanism, which reactive all previous UN sanctions. Then there have been several initiatives to overthrow the regime, all which were nipped in the bud. The accumulation of the generational appointment and frustration proved to the breaking point in 2022 with the assassination of Mahsa Amini, who became, according to the regime, wore her hijab improperly. The people found their inspiration in the Woman Life Freedom Revolution with a single rally crying to bring down this regime. Several hundreds Iranians, including children, were killed or blinded with rubber bubbles, and several thousands were arrested. Massive serial biological attacks took place in the school and university toward the girls. The conclusion is undeniable. This regime will never reform. Its existence depends on oppression. Over 1,300 executions since January 1st. And this morning I read a comment that the figure that we are giving to you is only 8% that the realities. The creation of the crisis and the conflict and establishment of the proxies over the Middle East. However, we must keep in mind the contribution of Iranian regime to maintain Assad, which caused more than 500,000 Syrian deaths and created several million refugees. From prospect point of view, the aspiration of a normal life, like yours, like mine, is in Iranian youth DNA. They cherish freedom, democracy, and secularism. Iran, with a population of 19 million people, is a potential major ally for the West. The Woman Life Freedom Revolution had the support of civilians, many countries and their parliamentarians. By bringing maximum pressure to bear on the regime and providing more and more support to Iranian regime change become possible. Both abroad and within Iran, the only political figure to emerge is Prince Reza Pahlavi, who enjoy popularity, including among the young people who never lived through the Pahlavi era. By defending the struggle of the others in Iran and in Afghanistan, in Syria, in DRC, in Sudan, etc., we contribute to the creation of islands that, if they come together, will help peace to prosper and democracy, human rights, and particularly women's rights to develop. Education, entrepreneurship, and development will become possible. From my side, I continue helping those who are inside and those who could leave. At the end, I will say something positive. I say again, women are the Achilles heel of the Taliban in Afghanistan and of the theocratic, corrupted leaders in Iran with woman life, freedom, revolution. Thank you.
We all feel very moved. Thank you so much. And I know, because we are talking about and since yesterday, that you would love to introduce, maybe later. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
My apologies, but we have agreed, since it's a 30-minute video, since it is a 30-minute video, we have agreed that it will be at the end of the session for those who feel that they can spend 30 minutes, so that we don't interfere with we don't interfere with our colleagues who are waiting patiently for talking about a very technical but fascinating subject. So, thank you. Thank you, Faime. And no surprise that she was awarded in France last year La Légion d'honneur to recognize all what she's doing. Now, in every crisis, there must be an opportunity. In every crisis, we need to find a way to contribute to not just accept it. The regimes we mentioned are there, is a fact. But are we going to sit and cry? Especially when women are the main victims and the ones who are asking to get involved and have the courage, like in Iran, to react and give an example. We all saw them. So we need to hear now an example of how you can react. In a country like Afghanistan, when you are not allowed to study, and the women and the young girls, which we had promised to them, they will be finally in the parliament, they will be lawyers, doctors, policemen, diplomats, and being told you can only learn maximum how to read and write, are we going to just be patient and waiting for that to change? No. And here we have an example. Hamida Aman. Proactive, positive, propositive, operational. She's been, and she is, a Swiss-Afghan journalist, media operator, entrepreneur. She's the one who created a special NGO called Awas, which then was actually supporting all type of free speech and education. But then, when the regime became even more aggressive, she created Begum Radio, and then Begum TV, and then Begum Academy. All that meant to help, in spite of the blockage, for women, young girls, to continue getting a message. The message I've been getting from my Afghan women friends, who I felt horrified to see being abandoned, was, Staffan, we know this is going to last for a while. We know that the West has left us after many years of trying to make a difference on the spot with NATO. One thing we are asking you, don't forget us. Don't forget us. And one way to not be forgotten is the way that Hamida is pushing for. Don't forget, she was considered 2024 one of among the most influential women in the field of education in the world by BBC. Hamida.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate these 2 days. Inclusion is a path to peace. No peace without women. These are the sentences that we could hear during these 2 days of discussion. And I'm come from a country where these words have no more meaning. But before that I start, I would like, if possible, to show a short video of our activities. Like that, you see visually what these wonderful women are doing despite the restriction, despite the fact that they became nothing in in one day or after a few days. And just if we can play this video first, and then we continue our discussion.
Afghan women are stripped from their rights and freedoms, confined to the private sphere, and denied their education. At Begum Organization for Women, we aim to serve Afghan women and girls through information, education, and support, providing the public services no longer available to them. Radio Begum, launched in March 2021, is now Afghanistan's largest and leading women-dedicated radio station. An all-female team of Afghan journalists delivers 24-hour programming on education, health, and wellness, connecting with even the most isolated women. We then launched the Begum Academy, a free educational website and app for girls banned from schooling. It offers more than 8,000 video courses in Dari and Pashto. Our latest venture, Begum TV, delivers the Academy's lessons during the day and documentaries, health, mental health, and parenting programs and information. Broadcasting from Paris through satellite television gives us the freedom to speak and bypass local restrictive media laws, and ensures our programs cannot be cut, even in the event of internet shutdowns. Both our radio and television live programs offer opportunities for women to call and directly interact with our journalists and guest experts on issues they struggle to speak about in public life.
قسم که شما میفهمین ما فعلا در شرایط زندگی میکنیم که روزمره بسیار سخت است. ما درس خوندن نمیتونیم، آرزوهایی که داشتیم زیادترش با خاک یکسان شد.
خواهر عزیز ما فقط توجهش به درس است و به این خاطر افسرده و ناامید شده. چی خوب است که درس‌ها را از طریق آنلاین تعقیب کنه، توجهش به این باشه که من به مو اهدافی که دارم برسم.
We fight for equality and dignity, and we will not stop until every Afghan woman rejoins the path to education and regains her fundamental rights.
Yes, and there is, as we said, it's more than 25 years that I'm involved in media in Afghanistan, and I launched Begum just 6 months before the change of regime, before the arrival of Taliban. It was a response to them at that time, and we didn't pass from paradise to hell suddenly. Afghanistan has always been hell for for women. Even during my mother time, my mother was among these ladies that Faime showed wearing skirts, being very coquette and studying. But my grandmother never been to school, and most of her my mother cousin, never been to school, and they couldn't choose their life. And despite the fact that it was in the 70s, progress was only for the few, for some happy few in this country. And during these last 20 years, we had this, we could see progress, we could see improvement in women's life, mostly women from the main cities, but also women from the countryside could have at least some hope of a better life for at least, maybe not for themselves, but at least for the daughters. And in 2020, when Taliban and the US government started to talk to each other, I was very worried about the situation. What will happen? What's going on? They were talking about everything, but nothing about women's rights and the few progress that we could get during these 20 years. So I was very worried, and with a group of women, we decided to launch a radio station, because a radio is cheap, it's easy, it's voice, it can be conducted by women alone, and at the end of the day, for me, it was Taliban compatible. I had to find solution because they may come back, and this is what happened. I launched this radio station on the 8th of March 2021, just 6 months before arrival of Taliban. At that time, it was one more media among many others dedicated to women. But after August 2021, we remained the only one. I asked myself the question, should I stay or should I go or so? But for me it was all easy because I had one path in Afghanistan, one life in France, in Europe. But as an Afghan, as a woman, I spent 20 years in this country, and my country gave me a lot and builded me. I am what I am thanks to Afghanistan. And I couldn't abandon my sisters in such situation. And for me, I was so upset. I was so hunger. I had so much hunger against inside me, against men, against the previous regime, what we did, the corruption, the Americans, the Westerns, that I had to do something with this feeling. Otherwise, it would have destroyed me. And I decided to put all my energy in this radio station. And we fight together. I fight beside this wonderful woman for their right. It was very scary because the regime changed. We didn't know exactly how they would react. Previously, I was working with with Americans, with the previous government, and of course we were all in danger. But we decided to stand up and to act, and we have this radio station. And which kind of program could we broadcast? As soon as Taliban arrived, we couldn't broadcast any music, any entertainment, any news, because it was too dangerous, and we stopped talking about politics. But we decided to dedicate our radio to education. So we recorded educational programs in our studios with real students, girls coming from the neighborhood, and in order to create an atmosphere of school and class. And we are broadcasting this content. Which kind of other program we have? We have health program, mental health program, spirituality. We are talking about through religion. We are using religion to talk about women's rights. Despite the ban on education of girls beyond secondary level, we decided to continue this mission. Taliban banned schools. They didn't want to provide any education, any school services to girls beyond 12 years old. But they never. But we decided to bring school at home, and doing that, for me, I was not breaking a rule because they just banned school, not education. So I played this game, and we continue, and we were the first one to dedicate our radio to education. And it was 6 hours per day, 3 hours in one language in the morning, and 3 hours in other language, in Pashto. And then we have call-in programs, so women can call us and discuss with psychologists, with doctors. They can interact. And it was I was in the studio when we could have the first contacts after the change of regime. At the beginning, we had very little people contacting. Women were scared. But week after week, suddenly they regained some courage and started to calling us and interacting with us. Sometimes they were just crying. Sometimes they were just saying how happy they were to hear at least a woman voice suddenly, because in all media, women disappeared. And it was a way to interact with them and to give them a free space of expression. And this is what we keep doing right now. The mentality, the way they interact with us now changed. At the beginning, we could see it, we could perceive, we could feel that they were scared, they were afraid. After, we had this sensation of they were upset about the ban on education, the ban on work, the ban on going in public spaces like parks, like public baths, or just gathering together. It was for them, and we used to receive heartbreaking phone calls, mostly from teenagers, talking about suicide, because especially after the ban of school. Let me read just one testimony of a woman, for instance, a woman from a young girl from Bamiyan, the center of the country, and Fatma, she's 17 years old, and this girl, for instance, Fatma is blind since her birth. Because there is no facility for her to attend school or get educated in the province, she remained illiterate. But she speaks very, but when she's calling us, she speaks a very nice Farsi. Because she says she learned how to speak through BBC, the wave of BBC Farsi. And, but once she discovered Radio Begum, she never misses one program. She says she feels included in society after talking to the presenters, and even this presenter became their friend. So she keeps interacting with that. I have women who are calling, Farida, for instance, 40 years old woman from Kabul. She says that her husband is drug addicted. He's not taking care of his son, of his children. He's neglected. There is violence in her family, in her household, because also of poverty. Because after the takeover, the change of regime, most of families, 80% of the income of the country was coming from outside. What Western support from one day to another, they cut all the support was cut once, and of course the population fall into deep poverty. And mostly all the phone calls, all the complaint of women is about the financial situation, the fact that they lost their job, their husband lost their job, and they are falling into poverty. And this is the main crisis for them, much more than the political crisis that they are overcoming. How with Radio Begum, we don't do any politics. This is how we can survive also. Because as a woman, we cannot allow. We are very much we are very much censored. We are very much controlled, much more than the regular media or general media allocated for everyone. Our mission was to fulfill a gap. We are trying to fulfill a gap. We are not doing journalism, news, but we are trying to. We became service provider for half of the population by providing these classes, because our government is not fulfilling its mandate and its obligation. We are helping them to answer to the health issues as well, but we were thinking that this will be temporary, but the temporary was lasting. So we decided to go one step beyond and launch in 2023 Begum Academy. During that year, we produce in video all the Afghan curriculum in video. It represents more than 8,000 videos that we put online on a website, but also on an application. And we are also distributing this content to informal and secret school in order to have a multi-way approach. This content are also the base of the TV station that we launched in Paris in 2024. In 2024, in March 24, we launched Begum TV from Paris to Afghanistan. We broadcast through satellite. Who is doing this TV station? It's Afghan refugees, male and female, who are in France, who previously were working in media, who had to leave the country, and now they are helping the sisters who remain in the country by producing the same kind of content, mostly educational, but also health and mental health support. And same, we interact with them directly through phone calls, through Zoom. These are the way that we reach Afghan women, and we raise their voice through this media. So the radio station is in Kabul and broadcasting inside the country, and we have to comply with Taliban rule. But the TV station broadcasting from Paris to from Europe by satellite is overpassing all the censorship and media law. But we still need to be very careful. We are not totally free to talk because our team in Kabul may be impacted if we are too much critic. So we don't do politics, but we are here to support a woman in the struggle. We recently since 2 years we also wanted to duplicate to extend our activities outside of media. We started to follow to support women in business, because women are not allowed to work in many fields, but there is one field they can still work, is the private sector. The private, it's very difficult, it's very challenging, because you have to counter as a woman who entrepreneur who want to launch a small business of sewing atelier, of embroidery, or handicraft, or products, or farming products. You have to, first of all, you have tons of administrative problems, and then you have also to bypass all the restriction and social restriction, to have the authorization from your husband, your family, male family members. This is already a huge challenge for them. But most of them, they managed to do that, and we supported 40 women by giving them 350 euro, either to start their business or to increase or to improve their business. And after 2 years of activity, we followed them, and we could see 30% of increase of the income, mostly after 1 year already, and the creation of 150 new jobs for other women. And this was a pilot project that we started. And we are very happy about that, because we would like to continue and to extend it to more provinces and also to more women. Also for us, it's a way to work under the radar, because doing media, it's very dangerous. It put us in light. And also in 2025, in February, we paid a very heavy price for that. Our office has been raided by Taliban members, and they arrested two of my male colleagues, and they have been put in jail for 6 months. And we had to close our radio during more than 2 months. But finally, we managed to reopen the radio station, but the two guys spent 6 months in jail. And believe me, it was a very, very tough time for all of us, especially, and also for me, because I had a lot of doubt. What to do? Am I doing the right thing? Am I putting people in danger? But I think we have, freedom and resistance need sacrifice, and they paid a heavy tribute, but this is a way also that sometimes people ask me, why men are men doing something? I say yes, maybe not all of them, but at least 2 of my colleagues paid the price for other women for the work that we are doing. In Afghanistan, nothing is black or nor white. There is a lot of gray space, and we evaluate and we navigate in this gray space. And education is one of our main fights, and we take advantage of the fact that this ban on education is here. It removes hope of many girls, but we can still do some work on that, and we have to navigate around. And it doesn't mean that we accept the situation, but at least we are trying to do things. So, to conclude, To conclude, for me, it's always important to show that Afghan women are not victims. It's important to show them that they are also actors of their life, despite the difficulties. They are used to that. It's centuries, generation of women who are fighting, who have very tough lives that you and me would never bear. But they are used to that. And this is kind of cycle in their life, but it's important to support them, to talk about the situation, and also to support them. The situation is not desperate. There is ways to act. There are ways to help them. And they have they have nothing to lose. So and they have to feed themselves, and they need to feed their children. So they are doing things, and we need to help them. And this is what we are doing with our activities. I'm very sorry for my bad English, and I'm very much under emotion. Thank you.
Well, first of all, when I told you action in spite of everything, against all odds, here we have an example of how can be done even when it looks impossible. Now, let me conclude. We are almost there. And I would like to share with you a very short video, which we did together with Make Mothers Matter. And it was a time when we were getting, including me, angry and worried, which is a normal good feeling when you see things going the wrong direction. And I have to admit, I was eluding myself, and life is made of illusions and successes, that we would be able to actually move those who were negotiating in Doha before the abandonment of Kabul by having one condition, only one. Don't leave unless they promise to allow women to at least go to school, because we knew it, we felt it. So this campaign was launched, and I learned, I'm glad that perhaps we should have done it earlier, because there was a lot of mobilization, but the game had already been written. They had already agreed about, let's go, forget everything else. We want to get the hell out of it. But many Afghan women remind us, thank you for having tried. Now, the idea was not mine. It was not Anne Claire's. It was an Afghan woman in London. When we were debating what can we do, at a certain point she said something which impressed me and shows, you know, how you can always find. The Talibans have their own Kalashnikovs, but we have our pen. And we want to use it. The only thing, and pen can be much more effective than a gun if you are allowed to use it. And the campaign was called Raise Your Pen. Here we are. My name is Staffan Mistura. I've been the special envoy in Afghanistan more than once. I've seen one thing. When we want to have peace and sustainable peace, we need education of all, but particularly women, girls. Without that, there will be no sustainable peace. This war needs to end. Too many people have suffered. But we all know, and we are hearing it from Afghan girls, women, and men, that the women's education, and that's why I'm joining today the MMM campaign, the women's education is crucial. They've asked us, they're telling us what they want. They want to continue to raise their pen. They want to continue to study and to have access to work. They are 51% of the population. Let's join them. They are asking for help to ensure that this will not be lost. Once, we hope, peace will be applied. Thank you to our speakers, bringing different angles end to end. Now is the floor to spatial visions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Every event is made special by people who bring their light to it. What a powerful and inspiring message. Thank you, Fahime and Hamida, for reminding us of what courage and vision look like in action. And of course, thank you, Ambassador, for being so kind and generous in supporting women. At the end of this panel, I really want to thank you, all the people involved. And yes, of course, just a second for a pic. Nothing in for granted, particularly our freedom. So thank you so much, these wonderful women, for remembering us. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to our next panel and distinguished president and chair of the panel. Space, Peace and Security is Meso's 2 event. And now I want to call Elena Grifoni-Winters, Professor of Space Policy and Governance, Gran Sasso Science Institute. Welcome, Professor, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Good afternoon to everybody. I was really moved, I have to say, by the previous panel. When I hear this type of intervention, you know, in a Women Economic Forum, then you think, well, this is what we should really be talking about for 2 days. This is the real stuff. So I'm thinking, what am I doing here and talking about space? But actually, there was a moment when Hamid Anand said, we use satellite to do our communication for our TV. So indeed, there is something important in also what the technology can do to improve the condition of women. And this is a little bit what we are going to talk about today. Actually, space has always been a feature of the Women Economic Forum since the first edition, I should say. I don't know if it's that we are here all the time because we have very beautiful pictures, so people really like it. We will continue to bring beautiful pictures, but I think that this time it is even more appropriate and more relevant because we are going to talk about something which is really a fundamental aspiration in our life, and this is peace. And you know, and when you happen to talk about peace, it's because there is war. Otherwise, you wouldn't talk about peace. Now, I am one of these, this morning we were talking about boomers. I am a European boomer, and therefore I grew up in a very different world than what we have just learned and listened to today. I grew up in a Europe that I think that my generation didn't even think that war was possible. And then what actually happened in 2022 with the Russian invasion of Ukraine really was an immense wake-up call and a shock for all of us. Because although we had all lived in peaceful times and without war close to us, I think, at least for myself, even closer, at least for myself, I always appreciated and I was very aware of the importance of peace because it gives us prosperity, no fear, freedom of movement, and realizing that all of this could change was really an immense shock. So it's very important that we talk about all of this, and it's very important that we talk about space within it, for two reasons. And the first one is because space has become now also an instrument of war. It's not only an instrument of peace as it used to be, as it has been for certainly since the fall of the Berlin Wall, so for more than 40 years, I would say. So today we talk about peace, security, and space. And I think we would pass essentially two messages with our speakers that I will call in a moment. And the first one is that it is important to raise the awareness of the political leaders and of the technology leaders of the impact of using space in the current geopolitical situation. And the second point is that space, nevertheless, we should continue to push for space to be also used for space diplomacy. It should also be used to continue to do these grand cooperation projects, which have been for 60 years, things of the International Space Station, a beacon of hope for the possibility of peace. And this is what you're going to hear from three formidable speakers. I will call them one by one, if you can come and sit here. Juliette Lambin. While Juliette is coming, I wait that you finish applauding. Juliette comes from the European Space Agency, and she's the head of the future missions of Earth observation of the European Space Agency, and also of a new program of the European Space Agency, which is called European Resilience from Space. She will tell us something about that. Juliette is a polytechnician. She has a PhD in geophysics. She has worked for the French Space Agency. She has worked in California for Caltech, and she's also an auditor for the French Defense. So I'm saying all this to say she really knows what she's talking about. So this is number one. Number two, Anna Maria Monterisi. Anna Maria Monterisi is here to represent the Italian Space Agency, so she's going to give us, instead of a continental perspective, a national perspective. Anna Maria is the Director of Communication at the Italian Space Agency. She's a journalist. She's also an economist. She's somebody who has also studied in institutional communication. She has worked for the Prime Minister's office in Italy and also for tech and innovation companies. So again, somebody that will tell you the national view on the meaning of space and security. And finally, I would like to call here Lucia Luzietti from EGEOS. EGEOS is a company that provides Earth observation data services for security, for crisis management, for the monitoring of fragile environments. And Lucia is also an engineer. We are all engineers around here. There is nothing else. She's a deputy CEO, chief operating officer. Since 10 years, she's responsible for the emergency services using the set of Earth observation data that can be taken from space. So I think you're here somebody that can really explain to you how much relevant space is for peace and security. And I would like to leave the word to them. I would like to start with the European Space Agency so that you can get a European view, in particular on how we can use space in Europe for peace and security. Juliette.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah. So first, well, thank you for the invitation. It's true that I'm a bit humbled with all the speakers that I've heard today and yesterday into speaking. So I will present you my perspective of the European Space Agencies with respect to security. Can we show the no. I have a presentation, so hopefully.
Then maybe we move. Do you mind, Juliette?
No,
then we start with, we do it reverse. Then you go first. Lucia, then you go first. We go industry, national, European. And then you will also be able to see a presentation from the European Space Agency. No problem.
Okay, so can you hear me well? I suppose yes. So thank you very much for this invitation. I'm grateful to be here today with you. I'll bring my experience in the space industry. As mentioned before, I'm responsible of the emergency services in IGEOS. Basically, we support emergency from natural disaster, man-made disaster, humanitarian crisis, and all the information that we deliver are based on satellite data. So there is a strong commitment when we work in these services. These are 24/7 services, so a lot of colleagues that are involved with a lot of passion. Today, I heard a lot of passion in all the presentation, and I recognize my personal passion and the passion of all my colleagues when we work supporting emergency. But let us restart from the connection between space and security. When we speak about security today, we must move beyond the traditional definition linked to border of defense. Security today means also stability in environment, access to resources, resilience in the face of disaster, and the ability of society, especially the most vulnerable, to live with dignity and opportunity. In this context, space technology, and in particular Earth observation, I will show a practical example, is an essential tool of global responsibility. Not just for those who operate in space, but for those living in the most fragile context. So our goal is to deliver information not only to know what is occurring, but to act, okay? When we work with data that come from space, now we use them also to build digital twin. So this is an excellent opportunity to use the knowledge, to use the data, and to understand how in a specific area the place can have an impact in case of flood, so an high rain, and all this information are essential to act in order to avoid disaster, okay? So when we use all the data available that come from space, we have the opportunity now to act in order to mitigate the risk of a lot of emergency, a lot of the type of event, extreme event. I would like to give you a concrete example with a very short video. We can start it. Okay. Can you help me with the video? It's the IGEOS number 5, if I'm not wrong. So this video, thank you. This video gives you an idea of what we can deliver to the user using space data, satellite acquisition. So for the emergency services, basically what we deliver is the information, updated information in a timely manner of what is occurring in the field. So if there is an emergency today, we can use the satellite component to deliver in few hours, since the availability of the satellite acquisition information for the civil protection that are working in the field. IGEOS is delivering the Copernicus Rapid Mapping Service. It's the service that we are delivering for the European Commission since 2012. And we received more than 900 activations since the beginning of the service. This let me say, it's a strong service. It's an example of a strong cooperation between European civil protection, but also the possibility to offer this service in fragile context, so outside the European continent, where it's not so easy to have access to satellite data. It's not so easy to have access to the information when there is an emergency. It's a 24/7 service, so it means that every day or every night we can receive a simple phone call from the European Response Coordination Service. We immediately start to analyze this request to support the emergency, and immediately we order satellite data over the affected area. Sometimes this takes few minutes, sometimes it takes hours. You can understand that there are civil protection and users that are familiar with this kind of data, and so we receive the perfect information to react immediately. Sometimes we need a long harmonization of the request, and sometimes we work also supporting humanitarian crisis, so not a lot of information are available, and the space data are essential to build this knowledge. And we react immediately, starting to build the information before the disaster, and when it's available, the acquisition over the affected data, we deliver the extent of flood, the extent of a fire, the detailed analysis of damage assessment, the destroyed building, for example, for an earthquake, and so. And all this information are essential to understand the status, what is occurring in the field, if there are villages that are affected but are not monitoring at the stage. So especially when we work outside Europe, we are aware that we need to be fast to deliver very accurate information in a timely manner. And this is just an example of the power of the space data, of the satellite component that we can use in different domains. And we have to use more. It's essential to connect early warning services, for example, to the space component, to react in advance. No? For flood, this is essential. We can react immediately after an early warning, so before waiting to start the disaster, to immediately acquire data and to start the analysis immediately after the beginning of the event. So we are working, the industry with the public agency are working together to improve also this kind of service, to improve the timeliness of the information that we can deliver.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you're hearing me, probably not. Yes, you are. I would then like to give the word to Anna Maria. Anna Maria will give us the national perspective on space and security. Thank you, Anna Maria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having invited me, and good afternoon again. Well, I would invite you to look up If only I could have our video starting. Maybe you could better look up, and not only the stars in this case. Maybe we are waiting for it's coming. So, space is our present. And our present because it's not our future. It's our future, but it's also our present. And this is a triggering thing, don't you think so? It's a powerful tool for peace, for collaboration, a domain of collaboration. And yes, and for sustainable development. And the Italian Space Agency, in the Italian perspective, of course, is the Italian subject that, for those who do not know it, is in charge of deploying the national policy in the space matters. How do we deploy it? Through our programs and actions and missions, scientific missions, technology programs together with industry, and of course, diplomatic effort. Our role, the agency was born in 1988, but in Italy, space is something. No, don't worry. I beg your pardon. It's so strange for me to listen to my voice in this way, whatever. But Italy has been one of the cradles of space because here the space began in the 60s in a concrete way. And so since that day, the days in the 60s when General Broglio, who was a professor, funded our first space center, not in Italy, but in Malindi, Kenya, and you already begin to understand something about what's collaboration for Italy in space. Well, since those days, Italy has developed a lot of real, concrete and strong collaboration with the NASA, of course, but with ESA and within ESA. Italy is one of the founders of the European Space Agency, and now is one of its main contributor, alongside with Germany and France. With the NASA, the collaboration brought to a lot of cooperative missions. That's why, for instance, we always have Italian astronaut on the International Space Station. But also because maybe in Italy we have worked for the building of the International Space Station. Italian industry has built about 50% of the habitable modules of the space station. We have a long tradition in international collaboration with the countries and agencies from all over the world. One of our earliest international efforts, as I was saying, is in Africa, where in between 64 and 67, a first space center, Italian Space Center, was born. The spirit of this collaboration goes on today with the Mattei Plan, which is a governmental plan. I will speak about it a little later. Now we are looking at some beautiful, beautiful pictures, both taken, the first you have seen from the ISS, the space station, but these ones are taken from one of the Italian constellation, which is one of the constellations that whose data are elaborated by Aegeus. It's a constellation of satellites, which its name is Cosmos Skymed. It's entirely Italian, and it has the ability, the specific ability to catch images and pictures even when there are clouds, even at night, with a specific technology, the so-called radar technology. Italian space technologies are different. We have also the so-called hyperspectral technologies, which allows a different kind of pictures being taken. The hyperspectral technologies allows to have images, how can I say, it provides detailed environmental data because it catches what things are made of substantially. It's a very important thing to do, especially when you have, for instance, to cultivate a terrain, and you're wondering how this terrain can be more productive. You need to know what's in that terrain. This kind of satellite can give you the answer, so can lead you while you're producing, also giving you the possibility to understand how much water is needed, which kind of treatment is needed to the terrain. This is one of the things that you can do with satellites and data satellites. And this is one of the domains in which you understand sustainable development is a direct product of space technologies. And when you have sustainable development, you can have also collaboration, peace, and maybe you can discuss about something more than pure technology or pure science. You are dealing with societies, with the developmental societies, the developmental possibilities for men and women to grow and to do things. Another kind of technology, you know, is the navigation technology. Everybody of us knows how does it work, because of course you have all your mobile phones or any device. Without satellites, of course, all this could not be possible. Telecommunication too. And so a lot of good examples of how satellites can help a wealth, a commonwealth in general. But I would like to come back to a certain perspective, and the perspective of the importance of diplomacy. Space diplomacy, as I told you, space is a driver of diplomacy. And our country is being an important country in the global scenario in what space is concerned. Has a lot of tools and uses space as a way to foster and realize collaboration with countries in general. The Italian Space Agency, of course, is a tool of the government, an instrument of these policies, and arrives when there's, I think, like many national agency, arrives when there's something moving in general between or among different countries, and gives some practical, concrete tool to diplomacy. And this is something we should not ignore, because, of course, in these days, the perspective of having space like an instrument, or better, like a further domain, as people from defense say, and not as a strange place without borders in which it's possible to create and to reinforce, to strengthen peace, is a concrete perspective. But we have not to forget that how many things we can do to keep space as a fundamental tool of the peace maintainment. Because space requires, you cannot do space alone. Collaboration in space is essential, not only between industry, research, and countries, but also among countries, among agencies. It's difficult to, no one of us is a NASA. It's difficult to lead and to realize a complete mission all alone. Nowadays, it's impossible. Research groups are international. And of course, you have to be international and global with mind to solve global problems. Let's speak about floods. Let's speak about difficulty in growing in emerging countries. There are so many events and so many situations in which collaboration is essential. And of course, responsible collaboration brings something beautiful. Oh, now this picture is a particular picture. I just say something about it. It's Rome. It's the first picture taken by really a newly come. This year, Italy launched the first satellites of a new constellation of constellations. Its name is IRIDE. IRIDE is an European program led by the European Space Agency in collaboration with the Italian Space Agency, and co-funded by industry and by the National Recovery Plan. This satellite constellation has been building, really. At the end, there will be about 60, 70 satellites. They will give the possibility to know everything, literally everything. We should not say it, but in the reality, it will be very useful for public administration, for people, for the growing of a lot of counteraction also to difficulties. Well, coming back to space diplomacy, I would say something about the Mattei plan, because it's a newcomer in our space policy. The Mattei plan is, as maybe some of you knows, a major plan, governmental plan, launched by the Italian government in 2023. The aim of the plan is one to strengthen Italy's partnerships with African countries. With an approach which is maybe the approach that Enrico Mattei had, that's to say an involvement, a direct involvement and an empowerment of African countries and communities. The Mattei plan has also a section devoted to space. And the Italian Space Agency, of course, works within this framework. What we do? First of all, we do it because the Mattei plan gives again a new centrality to Mediterranean, as you can understand. And Italy is at the center of the Mediterranean. And then space is one of the key pillars because it offers practical solutions to global challenges and to challenges and issues specifically felt in African countries. This collaboration focuses on using space technologies, but above all, Italy has a leading role in training, and in training in general, not only professionals, but of course also the future governor, we may say, and in enhancing higher education on space issues in general. So that's a concrete involvement of societies, of people, and we hope also of women. Our space center in Malindi, which is now regulated by an agreement between our two governments, is the place in which we are developing a higher education hub. From all over Africa, people already qualified people or technicians are coming to follow some courses and to be trained also to be able to create a new class of powerful governor in the US, in the States, in the African state. So I would space is more than rockets, is more than satellite. Is a tool for peace, a tool for growing, and the diplomacy of growth, we could say. And Italy believes that space serves humanity, can give concrete tools to face challenges, powerful challenges for humanities and for community and for single people, for persons, men and women. And we are building partnerships in order to empower nations and for the future generations. We will speak about this later. And together we can make space a real force for peace and for progress and for shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. And now the last word is with the European Space Agency and Juliette. Thank you, Juliette.
Okay, thank you. So my apologies for thanking. So I will first rapidly present you the European Space Agency. And yeah, I'm just waiting. So we are an international organization. What has often to be said, we are independent from the European Union, so we are directly in contact with our 23 member states, plus different associated states. You see all the flags here. They cover most of Europe, including UK, Norway, Switzerland, compared to the European Union, but also Canada as an associated state. And our mandate is to develop peaceful exploration and use of space for the benefit of people, society, and our planet. So we were created 50 years ago, celebrating the 50th anniversary, with 10 member states, among them Italy. And now we are 23, so it makes a much bigger room when we have our councils. And we cover various areas, so science and exploration. I'm not sure if it's our Italian astronaut, but not the French one, probably, sorry. And enabling and support, so the launcher, which are necessary to launch satellite first. Application, and I will dwell more on Earth observation because that's my domain, and that is also where I really think there's a lot going on today. And space safety, which is becoming a more and more important topic, with the space is going quite crowded with all those constellations, and the question of monitoring, making sure that there is no incident in space is becoming more and more important. So with respect to Earth observation, I think it's fair to say that ESA has a leadership in Earth observation across the world. We have a fleet of 80 satellites in preparation or in the making, and that does not include the IRIDE program, because we consider the IRIDE as an Italian program, so that would add more. They are basically into three domains. The first one was for science, so we have a line of mission, that the green part, that are really dedicated to science. They are selected across with a high competition for their science value. They are usually very extreme satellite in terms of ambition, technology ambition, and I will show a few examples. We have the meteorology program, also one of the long-standing program in partnership with EUMETSAT, so providing the meteorology satellite that almost everyone uses every day when you are looking at any weather forecast. And the last, right, but now the biggest, is the Copernicus program, done in cooperation with the European Union. It's a model where ESA is funding the preparatory phase and the technology development, and then the recurring satellites are funded and operated by the European Union, and that is where also all the Copernicus services, such as the emergency, are getting the data. Most of them have a policy, an open data policy, so they're open to anyone, and they cover the globe. So just to give you an example, this is our latest Meteosat third generation imagery. So you see it's a geostationary satellite. It's very high, 36,000 kilometers from the Earth, but that gives a position where it's fixed over an area. So it can give the full disk of the Earth, and it's mostly used in this case for imagery to look at clouds and cloud system, and to be able to monitor and to make a weather forecast. When we go to low Earth orbit, so much closer to the Earth, a few hundred kilometers, so we have satellites that are now rotating, well, they're all rotating around the Earth, but they're rotating in a way that they would cover the full globe in a few days. Basically, it's the Earth that is rotating over the axis, and then the satellite is rotating in one plane. And this is an example of a simulation where we are trying to cover most of that. And these satellites are used to monitor almost anything. This on the right is an image of the Melissa hurricane, where you can see the brightness temperature. So it's mostly related to the temperature of the ocean, which is the main energy source for the hurricane. So we have, with 50 years of record, we have been working a lot into continuity of data to monitor climate change. And we have a long time series of CO2 in the atmosphere, sea ice monitoring, sea level rise, and deforestation. So these are facts. These are things that we really know are happening despite whatever climate skepticism we hear. And this is an example of a view of the Antarctic sea ice over the years with the coverage of the Arctic sea ice, where you see the decreasing area. And this is related to peace and security. This is one of the reasons why we have also an opening of the shipping route on the northern part, which have an impact, and that increase the need of surveillance of the Arctic, for example. I still wanted to put some Mediterranean image here. This is observing the land temperature, and this was one of the extreme weather that we had in terms of heat in 2023. When you see how Algeria, most of Spain, are really getting a super high temperature compared to that. I must say, on a personal point of view, I was an oceanographer before, and I would have liked to see also the sea surface temperature that we can monitor also. And indeed, we sometimes experience heat wave also in the sea temperature, with experiencing sea surface temperature 5 degrees above normal. And this is taking a toll on the marine ecosystem. So greenhouse gas is something also very interesting. The satellite technology can monitor air quality, air constituents, and looking at different resolution, we can see examples such as here a methane leak in Algeria. You can see that different satellites can give different resolution, and that will bring me to later to show you that we have global monitoring with satellite, but we can also go much higher resolution. So this was not initially much in the area of the European Space Agency. We were more looking at global satellite for obvious reason, because National Space Agency had their national program, Cosmos SkyMed or IRIDE, for security or national purpose. But both from one way of more looking at human activity for general environment monitoring, for general civilian concern, I would say, we can see also from some of our member states that do not have their own constellation a request to go into higher resolution and higher vision, because this is something. So before that, this is also to a reminder. We are talking about satellite. I'm passionate about building satellite, but at the end of the day, it's to provide data for people. And there is always a hidden part in the satellite business. We often have big headlines when a new satellite is decided for building, then a few years later when it's launched, but then it becomes years and years of data to process, to monitor, to model, to use. And today we are really rich in data. And that is something at ESA we are also developing, trying to make sure that those data are used with various programs for science, but also for development assistance, for security, for climate, and all this. Now, well, defense and security. We, as Elena said, we are facing a geopolitical shift. We really have been requested by our member state to prepare something a bit more in the security domain, in the dual use domain. Why that? I mean, space is really mandatory to observe what's going on in another country when you cannot overfly and some of our member states in ESA are blind because they don't have access to national satellite. And when there is really a crisis, as we saw in Ukraine, even the commercial data is not available. It's either sold out, or we have seen also in the US, Maxar stopping their information to Ukraine, or Starlink stopping their communication to Ukraine. So we have this request from our member state. They also asked us to work, as we have done in Galileo, in Copernicus, with the European Commission, which is a political body, which has much more political authority for that, and to target the dual-use need. And so that is the program I've been lucky to propose and present. We are not to the decision yet. Basically, what it changed for us is that it's really usually a local crisis theater that you are looking. So that requires high resolution imagery, and imagery also of various kinds. It can be optical, it can be radar, it can be thermal to detect heat from human activity. But also it requires very fast revisit and response. You want to update that very, very often. We are not at climate scale, so that means that we need constellations of large constellation of satellites. IRIDE is a precursor in that, but we need even more, as much as we can. And then it needs to be reliable. And if it's for security, then it's a bit specific in terms of governance. Who has control on it? Can it be hacked? Can it be secured in that? And that is also something that we were not worried about when we were developing Copernicus. There is some security, of course. We don't want to protect our satellite, but this is to another scale. So first thing, when we are trying to develop a program, we are trying to look what are exactly the needs. And the needs, we have tried to identify several use cases. We are still very, we still want to make it a dual. So to serve not only security or defense, but also civilian crisis, such as environment monitoring and securing critical infrastructure, such as energy grids and so on. Both, they actually come with similar needs. Earth observation, my domain, it's a bit obvious. You want to see what's going on. You want to observe whatever the weather, so you need radar or optical. You want to have almost real-time activity, and you want to be able to task those satellites, because I didn't say that, but when you go to high resolution, usually it's not satellite that covers all the Earth easily. You have to task them, so you have to communicate with the satellite and then get the data down as fast as possible. But you also need to navigate. It's very important in crisis response to know where are the trucks, where are the capacity, and Galileo is a very useful system also for defense purposes, but you need to be more resistant to jamming, to spoofing, to interference. And today in the eastern border of Europe, most of the GPS, it was in the news at some point because the plane of Ursula von der Leyen was disrupted because of that. But clearly there is some jamming of the GPS or Galileo signal happening, and so we have technology to try to overcome that, but that's also a specific thing. And then we need to connect, to task the satellite, but also connectivity for the people on the field, so there can be a secure connection. If there is a disaster, usually the ground infrastructure might be completely disrupted, so going with the space is a good idea. So we have prepared a program which we call as a system of systems, because we want to connect those three pillars of Earth observation, navigation, and secure connectivity to try to make the most out of it. And it's also a system of systems because we want to make use of national assets to share across Europe that. And that's, can tell you, it's not so easy to understand how we can fully complement the national assets, the commercial and any dedicated one into a program. So this is a conceptual view. We like as engineer put a thing, but basically what you see here is you have Earth observation satellite, that would be somehow the yellow satellite, but you have to go with what we call LEO-PNT for position, navigation, and timing, and with IRI2 evolution, which is IRI2 is the secure connectivity constellation of European Union, an evolution to allow that with data flowing from one place to another. And so this is my last slide, because we hopefully will get this program started at our next council at ministerial level, which happened at the end of November. And with those 3 programs that we want to present to our member state. And well, stay tuned for the next phase. And thank you.
Thank you very much to the 3 of you. I think this was very diverse and dense. I don't know how much could be retained. I can tell you, and I'm a space specialist, so I can retain a lot of it, but still, it's still a lot of information. So in my mind, there are three main things that I can also bring back to the discussion that we had today, and you know, where are we today, the Women Economic Forum. The first thing is the importance of space for peace and security. The importance of space as an instrument. We talked with Lucia about crisis management. We talked with Anna Maria about space diplomacy, Africa. And so space continues to be a fundamental instrument to push space and space diplomacy and try to resolve crises. The second element is the increase of the importance of space for defense and military defense. This is happening, is more and more important. And it brings me to the third point, which makes me think this morning we had a beautiful presentation by Professor Perrazzelli, and she was talking about the artificial intelligence and the opportunity we missed as Europe with technology. Now, technology is fundamental. Europe is a beautiful place to live. We have a lot of problems, but it's still a very protective and beautiful environment. We have a responsibility because of that, because we are a society which is strong, which has certain values, and we have, I think, a responsibility to help the other countries that do not have the same privileges that we do have. But we also need to preserve this leadership that we have, that, for instance, we have in some technology sector like Earth observation. So pushing and continuing to finance and sustain research and technology is fundamental in Europe as it is all over the world. And I think I would stop here. I don't know if we have time. Can I ask if we have time for questions? No? We don't have time for questions? No. No time for questions. But then thank you very, very much.
I'm so sorry, tempus fugit, time is running, so sorry again. So what an inspiring panel, and we are raising awareness in the most meaningful topics. So an agenda that is more than wonderful. Congratulations to the WEF. So now we have to reorganize a little bit the agenda to reach some special requests coming from the next panel. And in the meantime, we also have 2 guests, Claudia Laricchia and Rossella Pezzino de Geronimo, and we are asking to them to postpone their intervention at the end. Marilena? Okay. Now? Now? Okay. Okay. We are going to follow our president. So, okay. So I'm happy to introduce Rossella Pezzino de Geronimo, entrepreneur and founder Dusty, from Sicily, the crossroad of story, cultures, and entrepreneurship. Born and rooted in Italy, she has turned her journey into an inspiring story of vision, courage, and connection. Welcome on the stage. I sincerely hope that 5 minutes are enough. She's not in the room. I was speaking with... okay. Claudia Laricchia. Okay, Smiley President, climate leader, change maker, and advocate for a sustainable future. Education as catalyst of international cooperation. Thank you so much, Claudia, and so sorry for mixed matching. The agenda is really full.
So, dear sisters and dear brothers, I feel a deep joy and grateful to be here to tackle together the goal 5 of the Agenda 2030. We have just 300 years of delay, according to the United Nations General Secretary Antonio Guterres. So we really have to accelerate on it. This is the best place, actually, to gather female leaders and talents to achieve that goal, the gender balance goal. So this is an economic forum made by women for humanity. It's our nature to think beyond just only our gender. This is possible thanks to Her Excellency Marilena Citelli Francese and her gentle and strong leadership actually is giving to us the opportunity to raise our voice or raise our pens, as someone would say. And thanks also to the First Lady of Italy, Laura Mattarella. It's a great honor to speak when you are listening. So I would share with you a few messages, not only for the agenda, we are all tired, so a couple of messages. The first is that the world is composed by women and our children. Maybe we should raise them better, educate them better, because so far we are living in a world where if women participated in the economy identically as men, the global economy would rise up to $28 trillion, meaning 26% more of the global GDP. So gender balance is not a matter of women empowerment, it's a matter of humans empowerment. And we all know that. We never make mistakes about this concept. So we, anyway, live in a world where the salary of women is less than 30% of men. And we have listened a lot of stories and figures related to human rights and to the contribution of women, female to the solution, actually. And at the same time, we are facing as humanity a polycrisis. So in 2023, I have found myself involved in a deep crisis of the organization I used to work for. It was an integrity crisis that always is the root of then the financial, economic, social, and other kind of crisis. So as a woman, as a senior professional, and as a person with disability, I felt lost. And I felt alone with this deep crisis. And now I know I'm not alone. I know that I'm part of this amazing movement. That here, and this is the second message I want to leave to you, I was reflecting a lot about how women and how myself in that case we can do more with less. It's like in agriculture. Women, we can produce, we are producing 80% of food production, and we have access to less than 10% of land. We do more with less. And it is totally my case. So I decided to study harder, to use this crisis to transform it. And I took my trekking shoes, my backpack, and I left for the jungle of the northern east of India to meet indigenous leaders. They are 5% of the world population, and they protect 85% of worldwide biodiversity. They are those people that are doing more with less. And so on that epic travel, I had an idea. I was going to meet the legendary forestman of India, the man that planted an entire forest as large as 700 soccer fields in 45 years. And my idea was to start from education. So we are going to speak during the panel of education, and that's what I wanted to do with schools in the forest, with classes in the iconic places of tribes, with the teachers that are farmers. And so that's what I did with the Smiley Academy. Smiley means a sustainable mindset, an inner level for you and youth, as the next generations are, of course, the main target of all our actions toward a regenerative future. And so this idea is now a global platform. We are in 7 countries, Brazil, India, of course, together with the Indigenous Peoples Climate Justice Forum, representing 400 million people in 90 countries. And they appointed me as the first woman and first Western person leader of the forum, head of international cooperation. We are in Benin, in Cameroon. Thank you. And we are training, we are using education as a catalyst for bottom-up international cooperation projects. Hydroponic forest in Assam, and a school to train vulnerable communities, as I am and as we all are, for training to green jobs, bioengineered ponds in Benin fed by solar panels to give access to clean water to 20,000 people. These are just examples, but we have more than 30 projects. We have no less, but more or less nothing. We are more than 100 volunteers, and this is just happening. We are opening an hub in Ghana. We have here Kofi Don Agori. Please, just greetings to our leaders as he represents the Ghanese Parliament and specifically for communication, and he is one of the most important partners we have in Ghana. I officially invite you all to join the Mother Earth experience, an experience in Assam, again, northern east of India, March 20 to 26. We will bring a delegation of 30 female leaders in order to be trained on the reconnection with ourselves, with the others, and with nature, with historical journey, cultural, natural in Kaziranga, and the Ghanese delegation will be there with us. Thank you, Marilena. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you so much, but I will not take so much time, but just a greeting. And the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, greets all of you, as well as the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker Abang Bagbin, also greet all of you. We are very unfortunate that the Gender Minister of Ghana was not able to attend. And so for that matter, just about 4 of us here, and ironically, as a male leading women advocacy, some of the questions that I had was that, you're a man, why are you leading women advocacy? We believe strongly that, and I believe strongly that, the women need our support to do so, and that is why I am here with my able 3 strong women who are also here. Let's give us a wave and let's see you. So, before I sit down, I just want to read just this small statement saying that Your Excellency, Madame, Your Excellency Laura Mattarella, the President, the First Lady of Italy, and also Marilena Frances, the President of the Women Forum. Ladies and gentlemen are here, all protocol observed. I'm grateful that we are here for this occasion and also representing Ghana at this forum to give just 2-line statement and also encourage you as women and empowering yourself. But one of the things that I want to encourage you to do is to look at climate-related issues, because climate change is affecting all sectors of our economy. It's strengthening women, it's discouraging women, and also threatening women's livelihood, health, and safety. Rising temperature, drought, and extreme weather events are one of the things that are disturbing, and of course, is also worrying us in Africa. We know women are so vulnerable to all this. One of the key issues that we want to understand is that 80% of displaced people are women and children, as the UN Women indicated to us. Climate change increase mortality rate and reproductive in our challenges of this global warming activities. Women economic empowerment is a critical climate resilient agenda, says the World Bank. Now, let's take off this by saying that amplifying women's voices to ensure women participation in decision-making is one of the things that we are championing, and we are doing that in Ghana. And I am happy to say that we are ready to work with your organization. In concluding, I am so excited to announce to you that the launch of the Smiley Ghana Hub long-term strategic plan right here in Palermo, and I think a clap will do. Our first action as a delegation to Assam in India to learn from their experience and scale up initiative in Ghana. With a focus on women empowerment, we are prioritizing the core of Indian experience and the goal. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, let us unite to address climate change and its challenges. Let us empower women to be more inclined in climate activities. Together, we can drive climate justice, promote sustainable development, and empower women to lead the charge towards a more resilient future. In my language, we said, Medawasi, meaning thank you.
Thank you, and again, thank you for your patience and attention. I know that we have some other voices waiting for us. Welcome to Rossella Pezzino De Geronimo, entrepreneur and founder Dusty from Sicily, the crossroad of story, cultures, and entrepreneurship. Thank you so much for being with us. The stage is yours, and thank you for staying 5 minutes as possible. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Just a minute. There should be a video also. So my name is Rossella Pezzino De Geronimo. And first of all, I would like to sincerely thank the organizer of this forum for choosing me and for giving me the opportunity to share my vision. I would also like to honor Palermo, a city I deeply love, Cradle of Civilization, bridge between cultures and living example of resilience and beauty. I am an entrepreneur, a photographer, a writer, and a landscape designer. With this speech, I want to take you inside my story, inside my vision of business, art, and life. But I will not speak only about what I have built, but about what I built it. When I actually founded my company, which I called Dusty, and this was in last century, in 1980, I wasn't looking only for profit. I was searching for meaning. I wanted to transform what I love into a life project, a bridge between humans and nature, between responsibility and beauty. Because yes, my mission is to sow beauty. A beauty that isn't only aesthetic, but ethical, and love for the environment. I believe every enterprise has a soul, and its value is not measured only in financial statements, but in its ability to give back energy and values to the community. This is why I wanted Dusty to serve both people and the land. Yes, because you cannot protect the environment without also protecting the people. Supporting social projects is not philanthropy. It is a civic duty. Because inequality and poverty are wounds of the planet, just like pollution and waste. And then there are the young people. To them, I always say, be the seeds of a cultural revolution. Rebel against indifference, against an environmental disaster, against lifestyles that confuse success with consumption. Education is the first field to cultivate. Education that teaches respect for the earth, thirst for knowledge, and the sense of the common good. Yes, I dream of ethics courses in schools and universities that form not only professionals, but conscious citizens. I once told students, life is like riding a bicycle. You keep your balance only if you keep pedaling. Pedaling means committing, falling and getting back up again, continuing to move towards something greater than ourselves, the common good. I bring this same spirit into my garden, which I named Le Stanze in Fiore. 7 hectares of nature, art, and spirituality, a path that leads visitors to rediscover themselves. Le Stanze in Fiore, it's a therapeutic garden, a place where sculptures and conceptual installations speak of balance, rebirth, and reconciliation between humans and nature. It is also a sustainability laboratory. It hosts an organic vegetable garden and educational projects with schools to bring young people closer to nature and beauty and teach them that cultivating the soil also means cultivating themselves. When I see their hands in the soil and their eyes full of wonder as they watch a seed sprout, well, I understand that change begins right there, in direct encounter with life as it emerges. In 2020, the garden was recognized by Greater Gardens of the World among the 200 most beautiful modern gardens of the planet as a source of inspiration for future generations. Well, a recognition I carry in my heart because it celebrates the universal power of beauty
as a language of peace and healing. This is the message behind everything I do. Art, business, education, and nature are one single weaving. I have always sought after languages capable of giving voice to the soul. Photography, to me, is one of them. It is my way of contemplating the world, of capturing light as a symbol of consciousness. Every shot is a silent dialogue with nature, an act of meditation for me. To photograph means to learn to see, not only with the eyes, but with the heart. When I take a photo, well, I try to capture the invisible and make it visible, and sharing it. Writing is also part of my path. I'm a writer. Writing is an act of care. Words become seeds that generate awareness, memory, rebirth. Through writing, I share my inner search, the fragility and the strength of those who still believe in beauty as a tool for collective evolution. Well, today, more than ever, I believe that the true revolution is the ethical one, a silent revolution that begins within us. When we choose care over indifference, kindness over arrogance, collaboration over competition. Yes, because in my opinion, we are custodians of the earth, not owners. We do live very, very little, a very short period. But we think to be the owners, but we are just guests of our path. And we don't understand this. But we have the moral duty to regenerate, not to consume only. Well, in this radiant land, I feel my mission resound to sow beauty, because every flower, every gesture, and every word can change our world. Because fighting for a better world is not an optional choice. It is a moral obligation that gives meaning to our lives. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your strong message. No, a lot of light on this stage today. And now, oh, please. No, please. And thank you again. Thank you again for your precious message. Thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, sister and brother, the last panel, the last moment, a strong moment, because in a certain way we are celebrating the entire 2 days. Without any hesitation, please join me in welcoming the panel related to education, educating for the future, the evolving role of school in society. Sometime healing starts from educating people. So thank you so much to the President of the Chair, Erstilia Vaudo, and her partner.
Proverò a parlare, ma loro saranno la mia voce. Scusate, non ho voce. Abbiamo una grandissima responsabilità per l'area di educazione. And this is the most important subject. So I would like to start with a little introduction, and then Fiona will manage the panel. She will be my voice. Thank you, Fiona. So this is the panel. And let me start, if you can lower the lights, please. Okay, this is the definition that UNESCO gives to the Mediterranean. It's a beautiful definition because it's the untangible heritage of coexistence. You know what it is? I will not read it through it, but it's way of living that goes across border, goes through food, goes through the places, goes to be together. And this is the Mediterranean Sea from Space. When we see something from space, during daylight, we only see the beauty of the planet. We see the blue of the sea, we see the white of the clouds, and we see the green of the land. You don't see borders, you don't see the human life revealing. So this is the Mediterranean without us. But then, during the night, if we can lower the light a little bit, no. So during the night, we can see where life it is. From the distribution of life is electricity. And you see, for instance, if you see the part of North Italy, this part is the most polluted in terms of light of the planet. The children that live in Lombardia, they cannot see the stars in the sky. And this is already a big difference. This is already a big gap in the way they will ask questions, strive for getting answers. The sky is no longer at reach for part of the children there. Another aspect that I want to raise, and I have my colleagues from Earth Observation, is that the Mediterranean is, together with Alaska, the place where the temperature of the sea is increasing more than average. And you know, by physics, many people think that the rise of the sea depends from the fact that iceberg or whatever, ice is melting. But this is not a law of physics. The law of physics tell you that if you have water, the temperature increase, the volume increase, for sure. So we are all connected also by this threat, the threat of having our coasts completely floated, and 70% of the people in the Mediterranean lives on coast. So this is another element that makes the Mediterranean a place where we should start to have a shared consciousness. But let me show just two other pictures. So lights around the water. This is the Nile. And you see the beauty of these diamonds string over a black velvet dress. The beauty of lights around water. And this is Palermo. So Fiona, thank you for taking over.
Okay, so we're ending with education, but of course education is also... Sorry. So we end the session this day with education, but of course education is where it all begins. You can see three names here in front of us. These people are not actually here. They will be talking online. So I trust that is all in place. Now, this session was, there, I can see you all. Wonderful. They're all there. This session was conceived, of course, by Ercilia, and she asked each one of us to identify an image that would represent what we wanted to talk about. And she also came up with a key word or a key statement based on what we had described to her as the key elements of what we wanted to talk about. So in this presentation, you will see, first of all, the key words that were chosen by each speaker, and then their chosen image. After that, I will ask a question to each speaker that they will speak about. And I would ask you all to stay within the 7 minutes. Preferably time yourselves, but I will also be timing you. And I will take the liberty of letting you know when the 7 minutes are up. because we do want to keep on time, and this is the last session. It's our responsibility to ensure that the conference ends on time today. Okay, so if we could just go back to the presentation. Yeah. Briefly.
I don't know if they can disconnect. You can read the word.
Okay, so we may not have the images anymore, but our first panelist today is Maria Alessandra Gallone, and her chosen expression is from words to actions. The question that is asked to Maria Alessandra Gallone is, why is it important to strengthen cooperation in education in the Mediterranean region? What is the Italian Ministry of University and Research doing in this regard?
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to represent Minister Anna Maria Bernini, Italy's Minister of University and Research, and to share her vision on the role of education system in empowering minds to imagine, innovate, and shape the future. We face a great challenge. We must not only educate for skills, but also to educate for meaning. Our education system have to prepare new generations not just to adapt change, but to give it direction. This means giving young people, especially girls, the tools, courage and confidence to shape the future instead of fearing it. The Mediterranean has always been a crossroad of roads of cultures, histories and migrations. Education plays a crucial role in connecting our societies and fostering sustainable growth and shared prosperities across the region. These connections are essential to build a strong Mediterranean identity and a common sustainable and prosperous future for our societies. Integration of the Italian higher education institutions with the Mediterranean region. The Italian higher education system is increasingly integrated with the Mediterranean region. In the academic year 2022-2023, foreign students represented 6.4% of total enrollment in Italian university. Among them, students from the broader Mediterranean area account for over 40% of the international community. The Italian Ministry of University and Research is contributing to the Mattei Plan for Africa, a flagship program of the Italian government to strengthen cooperation with our African partners. Our main initiative focused on the Mediterranean area. Minister Bernini, no, dove andà? Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm some.
We are here to solve. We really love to manage issues and big challenges, so we are ready for everything, so don't worry, please. Just in case you want to comment or no, no?
We move to Elspeth. Elspeth, thank you for coming. We have a word for you, and if we cannot show it, Fiona will read it.
Okay, so in the meantime, since we lost that link, thank you. So again, we've lost the link, so we're going to move on for the moment to hear from Elspeth McComish, and her expression is no one left, no one behind. And this is her image. The question for Elspeth is, considering the Mediterranean's richness in culture and values, what shared opportunities as well as challenges can be seen across the region when it comes to access and gender equality in education?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me today. I only wish that I could be with you in person. Are you able to share the slides, or should I just speak? Is that, I'm sorry, I can't see them from where I am, but I'll
We should be able to show the slides if we can get the presentation back.
Okay.
Can we have the presentation?
Perhaps perhaps I can start and
Okay.
you can continue when they come up. So you've asked what opportunities and challenges can be seen for education systems across the Mediterranean, which is obviously such a rich and diverse region. I think if you go to the first slide or the next slide. First of all, if we look at the overall picture, we can...
Elspeth, if you can talk and explain, because there are some problems with the...
I think
yes, I will
it's
go
quite
through
challenging for us to show slides and show you.
Yeah.
I
understand.
I'm probably less important than the slides, but that's fine. I will try and explain orally, and perhaps we can share the slides later. So if we look at the overall picture, we can see that the Mediterranean countries are actually doing quite well. I'm from UNESCO. I'm a program specialist on education and gender equality at UNESCO. We collect statistics on enrollment and completion rates from early childhood all the way through to higher education. And we can see that although the situation does vary across the countries of the Mediterranean, there has been significant progress since the turn of the millennium. So in particular, we do see high rates of enrollment in primary and lower secondary education, both for girls and boys. At the upper secondary level, it gets a bit more complicated. The situation varies. For instance, there are more girls in upper secondary school in some countries, like the Syrian Arab Republic and Algeria, while in others, like Cyprus and Albania, there's actually a higher percentage of boys. And then in parallel, we also see some improvement in how children with disabilities have been included in the education system. So for instance, in Greece and Turkey, we've seen efforts being made to have them in mainstream schools rather than in separate institutions, which is in line with UNESCO's evidence on the importance of promoting inclusion rather than segregation. But at the same time, what we really insist on at UNESCO is that access to education isn't enough. You need quality. Basically, there's no point in going to school if you don't learn anything while you're there. So the good news is that as a general rule, children in the Mediterranean are learning while they're in school. We are seeing strong and improving rates of literacy across among young people. It hovers between around 93 and 99.9%, depending on the country. And the situation is getting better, especially for women, although most of the illiterate population are still women. It perhaps also won't come as a surprise to you that young people's digital skills are improving. But maybe more of a surprise will be the fact that in some countries like Spain, new policies on teachers have actually helped to improve teacher pay. They're getting paid more, and the professional support that they're given, even if we do continue to see challenges. Finally, I wanted to insist on the impact of COVID, which showed us that education is not just about academic learning. Schools are also places that can provide mental health and sexual and reproductive health and services, and this then becomes a kind of feedback loop for better learning. So that's the good news. If you're able to see the slide, I'll now go on to the next one, which is about challenges. There are challenges, and the sheer social and economic diversity of the region means that we do see big variations. So first of all, there's education quality and completion rates could continue to improve. Yes, there is high enrollment, but completion of lower secondary education in many countries is actually still below average. And out-of-school rates are rising at the upper secondary level for both girls and boys. Now, this is partly due to war and other crises in many countries, which we know have a big impact on the right to education, especially for refugees and asylum seekers, of which, as you know, there are a growing number across the region. Girls in particular are more likely to be exploited or face violence and early marriage. And schools in rural and isolated areas often have poor quality infrastructure, the teachers are less trained, and there can be language barriers in countries like Morocco, for instance, where in certain regions the home language will often be different from the language of instruction. Second, we see rising numbers of boys disengaging from education in many contexts. They're also less likely, unlike what you might think, to go into higher education. Women make up around 56% of university students. And then when they are in school, boys often lag behind girls in reading and maths.
But this picture isn't completely rosy for girls either. We do see that they're continuing to be less involved in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics and digital skills education. And in Spain, for instance, just over a quarter of STEM university students are women, which also means that they're developing fewer capacities around artificial intelligence, for example. We see many teachers continuing to be badly paid and having fewer opportunities for training and career development. And this is often leading to the teacher shortage that we hear a lot about in countries in the region. And it also makes them less likely to be able to respond to challenges like AI. We also do see gaps in data, for instance, data that looks at how factors like gender and poverty intersect, so intersectional data. And we continue to see stereotypes about how girls and boys should behave or what choices should be open to them, all of which obviously limits their learning and career pathways. And then linked to this is something which I'm sure you're talking about at this conference elsewhere, which is the growing pushback against gender equality. So quickly, what kind of recommendations would UNESCO make so that schools can become real catalysts for social change? As I mentioned earlier, data, we really need to improve our intersectional data. We need to integrate gender analyses and responses through educational planning and textbook and curriculum development. We also need to work with families and communities to keep marginalized children in school, for example, through scholarships and also different learning pathways so that children and young adults, if they do drop out, can re-enter the system at any point. For instance, if they become pregnant and take off time, that they can then come back in. We also need to improve mentorship, have more mentorship programs, for instance, so that women scientists could mentor secondary school girls, for instance, so that they could be encouraged to consider science as a career. We need to do a lot better on training teachers to address issues like gender equality, intercultural understanding, and social inclusion, as well as emerging opportunities and challenges like AI. And then lastly, I'll stop, I know we don't have much time. We need to ensure that learning environments, and I'm not just talking about schools here, but also online learning spaces, are free from violence and inclusive, and that they can improve prevention and accountability policies and systems to reduce violence, exploitation, and early pregnancy. I'll stop there. Thank you. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate.
Thank you, Elspeth.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Elspeth. That was a very quick tour around the statistics that you have available, but you gave us an excellent overview, not only of the work that's still to be done, but the way in which it might be done. So thank you very much for that. We're going to just keep going through the various speakers, but if you can stay until the end, then there may be questions for you at that point. So I'm going to move on. I don't know how easy it is to move between the two.
Let's move on without the slides.
Without the slides. Okay,
yeah.
I think that's easier. Okay, so we're
now,
going to move
now
on.
there are the slides. Reframe.
Okay, well, thank you.
And this is the picture. This is the picture.
So I'm not introducing the speakers to you because you have them in the program, but our next speaker is Elisa Mohamedou, and her word is reframe. And this is her image. And the question for her is, how can we reframe education across borders to better support an uncertain future? And what gaps remain today in preparing students for the jobs of tomorrow, including those yet to be created?
I don't see Eliza. I don't know if it's
I'm here, actually. I don't know if you don't see me, but I'm here. So thanks a lot. And Ercilia, I do wish you a very speedy recovery. The image that was just shown is actually one, if you have seen it, is two individuals holding the same tree in two different frames, one that is bare and one that is full of leaves. And I think it really is because we are in a sort of a moment where there's a lot of reframing of what is happening. I think it's important for us to see and rethink who we include, what we measure, and how we connect systems. And I do think that these strategic shifts might actually unlock new possibilities. So in terms of reframing, it really is looking at reframing who is in the frame. So for instance, one thing, and it's building on what Elspeth is saying, that learning mobility is very much concentrated. So if you look at the Erasmus Plus higher education, non-EU Union for Mediterranean countries received just 4% of allocated funding on average from 21 to 23. So participation rose actually in Western Balkans and Turkey, but the MENA engagement dropped by half compared to the previous 5 years. So really concentration in terms of learning mobility. The other point we see as well is, of course, the youth disengagement that is still very high. So across OECD countries, for instance, close to 15% of 15 to 29 years olds are NEET, what we call, so not in education, employment or training. But in Turkey, it's 23%. And it's 30% in southern Mediterranean countries, and it's 40% for young women. So the youth disengagement is really an issue in the sense that to truly change the frame, we need to build targeted regional pathways like dual vocational education and training programs and cross-border apprenticeships, because those have the ability of drawing underrepresented youth into the talent pipeline. And these are not just educational tools, they're also strategic levers to unlock potential where it is most often overlooked. And so, for instance, we recently published a report that showed that young people under 35 with vocational qualifications are 25% more likely to work in green-driven jobs than tertiary graduates. But at the same time, a lot of them work in high-emission sectors. And so that's really, there's the risk of displacement if there's no reskilling. And apprenticeships are especially effective in reducing youth disconnection. So countries that have a high share of young people in apprenticeship programs tend to have significantly lower rates of youth not in education, training, or employment. Then there's also the issue of reframing what we measure. So it's really moving from qualifications to skills and capabilities. So the PISA, a lot of you are probably familiar with it, is the assessment of 15-year-olds in a school environment. 2022 actually recorded the largest decline in 20 years when it comes to learning outcomes that are really slipping. So it's minus 15 points in mathematics, and it's minus 10 in reading compared to 2018 across OECD countries. And in the Mediterranean, several partner economies like Jordan and Morocco remain more than 50 points below the average, the OECD average. That's roughly about 1.5 years, school years behind. So this isn't really just an achievement gap, it's a readiness gap. And so closing it really requires more than sort of increasing the scores. So the issue is if education systems focus solely on recovering test scores, they risk actually neglecting the transferable capabilities like problem solving, creative thinking, teamwork, that really empower the learners to adapt and contribute meaningfully across borders. So that's why in a lot of OECD countries, and we see this as well in other regions, skills first hiring is rising. So it's really about no longer looking into hiring young people based on their degrees and job titles, particularly when there is that gap in terms of test scores, but really trying to look into hiring based on the capabilities, really on what people can do rather than the title they may have from their degree. So what we need really is sort of much better skills mapping and curriculum alignment to tasks and not just to job titles. And it's also something that we see that employers value task-specific capabilities over the degrees, especially when we're looking into digital and green sectors. And then there's, of course, the reframing the architecture of the learning systems. And I agree with Elspeth. It's beyond the school. It's really moving from fragmented structures to collaborative and cross-border ecosystems that are aligned with these evolving skills needs. So the skills mismatch is widespread, whether it's in OECD countries or Mediterranean countries. So nearly half of firms in southern Mediterranean economies struggle to find workers with the right skills. And at the same time, the adult training participation averages are under 20%. That's nearly half the OECD rate. So there as well, there's a transition gap to close. So we need much stronger bridges from school to work. And we need also to try to fill the recognition gap. So learning doesn't travel easily. So if you look at the Erasmus Plus and OECD surveys, they show that short cycle and micro-learning has grown rapidly. So there are nowadays close to 2,000 micro-credentials offered in Europe. That has more than tripled since 2018. Of course, there's a COVID effect, but it goes beyond. The problem is you only have 12 EU countries that have national systems that recognize these credentials. And very few of them extend beyond they extend them to the non-EU Mediterranean partners. So we need mobility of learning, and we don't have the mobility of learners. So we really need the mobility of learning is really happening through the micro-credentials that open up the possibilities to learn anywhere, but not the mobility of learners. And so there are a lot of solutions we can investigate. There's looking into stakeable, skills-based digital records, looking into expanding quality apprenticeships, looking into the dual vocational education and systems, looking into perhaps a regional skills observatory that we'd be happy to support as well, looking into the different indicators. And so I think it's really, just to close, that cooperation across the Mediterranean with regard to skills, I think, is growing, but it's still very much fragmented and asymmetrical. And so if we really want to realize the full potential of the region, it's a question of, we really need to reframe, and that's why I chose that word, to reframe mobility as more circular, credentials as portable, and education and training as shared regional assets. So the question is really no longer whether cooperation is possible, but what kind of institutional, financial, and policy levers are needed to build a truly integrated learning and labor ecosystem across borders. So we know the data. The gap is measurable, and the solutions are not abstract. They involve targeted investment, mobility reform, institutional capacity building, and the development of transversal skills. So I think it's really, the region's success should not be measured by how many students move north, but rather by how many opportunities move south, and how effectively we can translate cooperation into this inclusive growth that we all aspire to. And I'll stop there. I'm happy to answer questions.
If
Thanks.
I may say something, thank you, Eliza. Eliza stressed a very important point. It is about teenagers, because we know that the future is in us before it happens, as the poet was saying. And we are losing the teenagers on the way, and in particular, if the teenagers of today, and Italy especially, is in a very dramatic position, don't get into mathematics, they will not get into STEM at a later stage. So if we already have a problem with STEM stagnation and lack of diversity, this will only be aggravated in a future where the STEM, let's say, capabilities are absolutely needed to understand this world that is transforming so fast. So the question of the fall in terms of these competencies when you are 15, 16, we will see the impact only in 6, 7 years, and will be dramatic. So it's really something we should start to intervene soon. Thank you, Eliza. And I leave now, we can go back to we will be all here, so we don't need to have to go from the presentation to the video. So if you can put the presentation on. Okay, so next speaker is Fiona. And we picked this word, and you could say, what has emotions to do with education? And actually, this is really the line that Fiona and then Martina will in a way develop, is how important is to think to education in a way that activates also a form of emotion. It's not just the right side of the brain, but the left side, but the right side also has to kick in to make a difference, please.
Okay, thank you. And if we could just have the lights back on again. If you could put the lights back on, thank you. It's rather dark in here. Okay, so so it's over to me now, and I think Martina and myself will be focusing much more on the micro level. You've heard the big macro level, and there are a lot of challenges out there, and perhaps we're going to tell our own stories and the way we have sought to create a more positive future for education. Maybe the next slide. So this is my image. It actually comes from a book that I have co-written on managing higher education institutions, because alongside being an academic, I'm also a higher education consultant. I've always been a hybrid professional, and I feel very comfortable in that role. And so I think this image represents very much the way I approach both education and consultancy. So first of all, I think about a key theme is nature. And I think we've had a lot of talk about nature here. And I think about learning as laying out a garden. Okay, what's important is to get the soil right. Okay, you cannot control, you cannot manage, you can only nurture and empower. If you get the right conditions, then learning will happen. If the soil is right, the plants will grow. I think we also heard about it from some of our other speakers around agriculture. Okay, and that's very much where my image comes from. Another idea that I use very much is the idea of a journey. So I talk about our learning journey because I see it, and I think many of the speakers today have mentioned that as well. Education is transformation. So whether it's helping people change their institutions or helping people learn, ultimately learning is about transformation. If you don't change after learning, you haven't learned anything. Okay, so there has to be a transformation. So again, I see the role of the teacher as supporting learning. I think this is absolutely fundamental, because very much, I think, in a lot of our systems, our focus is on teaching rather than on the learning. And you can teach and nobody can learn. It's not because you're teaching that somebody is learning. And I think anybody who's a teacher has to ask themselves that question. Okay, so just very quickly then, as you can see from my position, I'm Associate Director at the Center for Higher Education Internationalization at the Università Cattolica in Milan. It focuses exclusively on internationalization of higher education, so the content of everything we do is internationalization. I'm in particular responsible for the PhD program we have. It's a PhD program for practitioners, so people who work already in higher education internationalization. To a large extent, they are female. Okay, internationalization is a very, very female field. They are our colleagues. Okay, so we may be the academic team, but our students are in fact our colleagues. And they come wanting to make change happen. So I'm going to say right up front, we have very willing learners. Okay, so everything I say should be understood in that context. But I think it has overlap with the theme of the Mediterranean, because we are working with people from diverse cultures, diverse backgrounds, diverse experiences. And also, all our academic team come from around the world, and everything we do in developing the program draws on different models and practices that our colleagues bring to the program. So when I talk about learning, I use the word space a lot. How do you create an appropriate space for learning? And I think you have to start by asking yourself the question, how and why does learning happen? Why do people want to learn, and how do they actually learn? And I remember reading about, I don't know if you know the theater director, Peter Brook, who wrote, some people do, yes. So he talked about theater as the empty space. And for theater to happen, you need two things. You need somebody who enters and performs, and somebody who watches. And the analogy works for education as well. For learning to happen, you need a teacher and a learner. And if they enter that space, something can happen and something must happen. Learning needs to happen. So we have to think very much about learning as the focus. So teaching should be something that's there to serve the learning. It's an absolutely fundamental point. And therefore, when we created this PhD program, we wanted to create a space for learning. And we chose one model, and that is a learning community. How could we create a space that would become a learning community where we would learn together? So not a group of teachers and students, but a community of colleagues with different knowledge, different experiences, but where people could enrich the learning of others. And this idea of a learning community is the cornerstone of everything that we do. It drives the program design. It drives the curriculum. It drives everything we do in the PhD. We wanted to move very much. I'm sure many people in the room here have been through doctoral education. And we wanted to move away from this idea of the secret garden, the student and the supervisor, that private space where learning happens, and to create multi-directional learning where the students would learn from one another. They would learn of different perspectives within the academic team. And that has been absolutely fundamental. And for that to happen, for the students to feel that they have something to give, the community, and I think people here in this forum will understand exactly what I'm talking about, is we needed to create a space where people would feel at ease, where they would feel welcome, where they'd be willing to share, where they would be willing to support, and where they'd be willing to take risks. Okay, so trust is an absolutely fundamental element of a community of learning. People must be open to the challenge of the discomfort of new learning. So they have to be ready to open up to the fact that there are things they do not know. And that's not easy when you're an adult learner. It's a very, very uncomfortable place to be, to recognize yourself as not knowing, because everything we do right now is about showing what we know rather than what we do not know. But that sense of the community of learning is what guides everything we do. To go to the key word of emotion, that to me is absolutely a fundamental sense of what we do. We can see learning as an intellectual act, but it is an emotional experience. And I always want to create an experience that is human-centered. And an American psychologist, Rogers, that some of you may be familiar with, when talking about education, it says it doesn't just happen from the neck up. Okay, I think it goes, so it's not just, it's a whole body experience. Okay, if you want to empower people, you want them to feel liberated by learning, and you want them to enter that area of discomfort as well, knowing that they're in a space that they feel comfortable in and will take risk. As I said at the beginning, okay, if people are not willing to take risk, they won't open up to change. And if they're not opening up to change, they really haven't learned anything. Okay, so one other concept I'd like to share with you, because in the question, I think I forgot in all of this to actually put the question that Ercilia sent me, and which was, I'll read it now, you have described education as an emotional and communal experience rather than an industrial one. What does this perspective imply, and how could it shape learning in the Mediterranean, especially given the region's cultural richness and diversity? So when I think we've had a lot of talk over the last few days about these organic systems and organic approaches, okay? And a lot of what we do in education today is very industrial. And I think some of our speakers today refer to that. It's like a factory process. It's about yield. It's about output. It's about results. And you can understand why we've got there through massification and budget cutting and competition and pressures to achieve certain results in terms of global rankings and so on. But if we take a model like that in these very traditional settings, I mean, look just at this room, okay? Many of what we said, many of the speakers today refer to a round table. But what is round about this room? Okay, so this is a very traditional setting. This is the way we prepare. If you think of most of the classrooms you probably sat in when you were at school or at university, it looks something like this. If you wanted to create a community of learning, if you wanted the students to learn from one another, if you wanted it to be a social and emotional experience, if you wanted to personalize their learning, or you wanted to encourage peer learning, you wanted to encourage collaboration, you wouldn't choose a room like this. But of course, most of the time we have to work within those constraints. And that guides everything I do. When I choose the rooms for when we meet, because our students are actually all around the world and they're only in Italy 2 weeks a year. They come once in the spring and once in the autumn. I have to book my rooms so early to get the very, very few rooms that are available that have movable seats and chairs. Okay, it's very, if you think of the way our classrooms are set up, they haven't changed in centuries, probably since the foundation of the University of Bologna, okay? And it's a problem. It doesn't, the kind of change we need in education, we have to think about the physical spaces as well, because all these wonderful concepts, and when I was originally discussing with Ercilia, I referred to the single classroom schoolhouse. I don't know if any of you grew up in countries where in the rural areas there was a very small schoolhouse with only one classroom in it. Okay, in Scotland, where I grew up, in the rural areas, there were many of those schools, and I dreamed of them as a child. I wanted to go to a school like that. It was so cute, it was just like a little doll's house. But that was for students of all ages and all abilities learnt in one classroom. It's where they learned to self-direct their learning, because there was one teacher who was dealing with all the levels and all the abilities and couldn't work with all the students all the time. They learned to support one another. They learned they had to work on personalized learning pathways. All these words we're using today, peer learning, self-directed learning, personalized learning. Okay, these are all terms that have been around forever. So we know what we need to do to reform the education system, but it takes a tremendous amount of courage and vision and will, political will, to make the change happen. I've been very lucky in that, I've been given a space to experiment and to come up with a very, very different program. But that opportunity is not there for most teachers unless there's actually a system in place that enables them to do that. I'm going to pause here. I had more thoughts on artificial intelligence and digital learning, but I'll pause here because I'd like Martina to have her space too.
Just let me say something. We had a lot of discussion to prepare this panel, and I learned so much that I'm jealous in a way that I regret I cannot share all I learned from the speakers in our private conversations. And we had a full discussion on artificial intelligence and the future that we cannot manage today. So I hope there will be other occasions. But there is a lot of interesting points, and I think we should start to look at the future, take into account also not just the numbers and percentage, but what does it get to get really young kids involved in the pleasure and emotion of learning. Martina, the question for you is, who are you, the young generation? Tell us about you.
Thank you, Ercilia. First of all, I would like to say that it's a great honor to be here and to contribute to this panel, so thank you again. I would like to start, if you allow me, to first explain who I am and then start talking about who my generation is. So I am Martina. I am part of Gen Z, and I'm 27. And I'm a business humanizer and cultural decoder at Innate Motion. At Innate Motion, we help organizations see people not just as numbers and targets, but as real human beings, to help them give real values to those people, not only to the business itself. And I have to say, I found a parallelism to what Fiona said with the teacher. So often businesses think more about the end products and not about the people that they want to serve. And in the end, it's counterproductive because they putting the people at the center of each decision they take is grow their businesses. But why am I here today? I'm here today because I try to bring the voice of my generation. And we also, in my company, we just launched a study that is called the Global Growth Diversity Report, in which we studied how people around the world experience growth, and there is a focus on Gen Z. So I will tell you, I learned a few things about my generation as well. So who are we? I call ourselves identity seekers because I think that in this, I would say, time of profound change in which technology, disruption, climate change, and shifting societal norms are changing everything from how we work, how we learn, and how we also think about ourselves. We lose track of where we belong and who we are, and we feel vulnerable. And I think that I will give you some statistics. I think that you all know, but my recent report from Harmony Healthcare says that the Gen Z reports to have mental problems. The 46% of Gen Z has mental problems. That is the biggest portion compared to the other generations. And the largest problems are anxiety and depression. So it's, I think that this is not a psychological problem, but it's also a social and political one, because I think that when an identity is feels threatened, tends to seek shelter in rigid structured and closes off. And I think that this could be a reason of the rise in radicalism today, and and the building of walls. For example, Trump's anti-migration stances and Italian framing of the Mediterranean migration as invasion, and also, if I can cite another one, von der Leyen's back in the right framing of the migration as the crackdowns. And I think that this all happens because we, young people, don't have the language to talk about our vulnerabilities. I think, we don't have the names to express our feelings, but we are very sensitive, you know. We are very sensitive generation, and we feel very vulnerable, but we feel weak in being vulnerable. But I think that vulnerability, as Brené Brown would say, is the birthplace of empathy and belonging. So I think that you should teach us how not to be scared about being vulnerable. And yes, and I think that when we don't know how to express this and talk about our emotion, we risk being hijacked by narratives of divisions, and that this narrows down our sense of self. And then to the question how education could help us instead expand our sense of self is, I think, just not rushing into solution, but by slowing down. And by this I mean start listening to us, as I was saying before at the beginning. Start not thinking only about the syllabus and finishing the program, but just create spaces, safe spaces for us, as Fiona already was mentioning, for us to talk about, to reflect, to feel and to grow. Because I think that true well-being is not measured by grades and by performance, but how we feel about ourselves and others, of course. And from our report that I mentioned before, we found out that my generation doesn't. We rejected linear model of growth, performance-based, but we seek growth experiences that are purpose-driven and that are really deeply human. We want to bring ourselves as a whole to also to work. And okay. I will get there. Give me 30 seconds. Okay, so I think that this, it can be practical. Education can be very practical in bringing emotional teaching to school. For example, bringing identity literacy to school, so creating spaces, for example, maybe it's too much, but I think we really need it. 1 hour of reflective classes per week in which the teacher acts like a moderator and asks us, how did you feel this week? And when did you feel rejected this week? When did you feel proud this week? And starts a conversation between us. Yeah, it would be good. And then, and I have to tell you that I experienced this firsthand also at work. I feel that this is very helpful also at work, because in my company we have this weekly hour, which with my larger team we have the opportunity to talk about our experiences. And lately it started becoming another performance-based slot in which we were talking about excellent case studies and the big learnings from work. So yes, nice, but bit boring. And lately we started talking about the need to go back to talk about growth experiences. We follow a template that it's a tree. At the roots we have the possibilities, then we have the challenges, and then at the top we have the successes. And we take turns in talk about this. The experiences can be inside the work life or outside the work life. And this helps a lot, creating connections that are real, and this is really productive also for work, because it enhances relations and creativity sparks, because we feel more confident to tell to each other our ideas. So it's productive also for the business, not only fluffy, it's not only, yes, be nice to each other. So another thing is belonging by design, because I think that belonging is not just hoping that they will feel that they belong to each other. It's just you need to structure this feeling. You need to design for it to happen. And for example, creating classroom rooms that they own so they're not imposed, or creating mentorship programs, for example, when newcomers are paired up with older students, and to avoid isolations. And I think that at this point, as Sila was suggesting, I would ask you to, I think we have been sitting for too long, so I think that you could also, if you want, stand up. But first I will explain, if you want to say.
We want to do an experiment, because we are, the late is late, but we are the last, and we go back with some, let's say, nice mood. And so Martina crafted this experiment. Please explain.
So I would like you to first just go back in time when you were 16, high school time, and to a moment where you felt like you belong to your school community. Or if you didn't have this moment, this feeling, why you didn't have it and how this made you feel. And then think about maybe one word or two words that summarizes this emotion. While we do this, we close our eyes and then we take some time to share with the person that is next to you. Don't leave anyone behind, as someone before said, and take 2 minutes maybe each to share. So yeah, let's close our eyes and think about our high school time. When we share, we will stand up. Look, I know that you want to stand up. We will make you stand up.
If someone want to share and stand up, will be nice, please. No, it's okay. Okay. So, Elena, you go.
You wanted to stand up, so you can stand up and share your experience.
How I felt.
Yeah.
I felt empowered. I felt really empowered because I agree with what Fiona said. Education is transformation. And for me, it was a process of growing. So I felt really empowered. And I never gave up. So I tried to keep growing and growing.
Social norms. So it's very, very interesting to speak about education at a high level when you already have reached a certain degree of independence and self-awareness and confidence. But what happens when you are 15 and you want to do big things and everyone is like, yes, Sissy, but you're just like 15. Or like, I wanted to do politics or political science. They were like, why don't you try just law? Maybe it's easier because, you know, like at politics, you need to have some connection or you have to, you know, like you have to be very outspoken or you have to, and I was like, what's the problem? Like, do I look shy to you or what's the, but the thing is that there's so many social norms attached and sometimes schools are not designed for people who are like, for encouraging breaking and being disruptive of society.
Thank you very much. And time is flying, so
can I just...
we have an yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much for this amazing panel. I'm Dr. Tehseen Nassar. I'm originally from Pakistan, from a city called Karachi, but I'm an Italian as well by my citizenship. I'm in Italy for last 15 years, and I would just like to share some thoughts about my experience as a young Muslim woman in a very European setting, and that's what my research also focuses about. I was a little bit unsettled, frankly, with the idea of going back in the past, because it was a very, very testing moment of my life. I was rebelling against my family. When it came to education, it was really not a very, like a safe and a very easy journey. It was not a cakewalk, as they say. But as time passed by, I felt in harmony with my rebellion. You see, and if you are getting in harmony with yourself, your inner self and your outer self becomes one, in unity. Yeah. So this is my experience as a young woman, crossing all the stereotypes, even in the West, standing tall, facing the odds, facing all the resistances of a woman who's not wearing a niqab and who's not wearing a veil, but being a Muslim at the same time. So integrating within and integrating without. And that is what I had to share with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let me conclude saying that it's very important that women have voices. Okay.
Thank you. I would just say, end this by saying that we need to systemize belonging and this feeling of belonging.
And now, our president, Marinella Citelli Francese. Marinella, sorry. A little bit tired. Okay. So the stage is yours, Marinella.
Okay. So, as we are leaving this beautiful edition. Okay.
Recording stopped.
Yeah. Okay. Stopped. Stopped. Okay. As we are leaving this beautiful edition of Women Economic Forum for the Mediterranean, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who made it possible. First, my deepest thanks to Laura Mattarella, whose moral presence and support have accompanied us with grace and inspiration. To Maria Concetta Di Natale, President of Fondazione Sicilia, for her generosity and her vision in opening the doors of this magnificent cultural home. To our brilliant chairs, Cara Corazza, Sharon Cittone, Valeria Termini, Carla Bassu, Padre Alberto Carrara, Elena Grifoni Winters, Ambassador Staffan de Mistura and Ercilia Vaudo. Thank you for your unconditional support, your passion, and the depth of your contribution. A special thanks goes to all our speakers who have enriched this forum with the ideas, courage, and hope, sometimes. And to our partner, MEDOR, UPMC, Lundbeck, and WeBuild, for believing in this Mediterranean edition. And finally, to our extraordinary staff, whose competence, dedication, and enthusiasm made this dream possible. The success of an event is never the work of one person. It's the result of many who work tirelessly with heart and purpose. We all deserve this success. We are leaving Palermo, leaving Sicily, to meet again next year in Turin in October 2026.
Thank you so much, and see you later for our dinner. Thank you so much for being with us.
Every road has a turning. That's one thing you can